we should stay up there a little bit longer if you are going to start later, or if we should come down now. Like, what do you think?
I think we could. I think we just start down. I feel like people are good. Like the international, that's like all getting in.
Okay.
Let me see.
Let's see, it's kind of
Hi, morning. So this is Kristen. She will be
Hi.
the moderator for the first session.
Hello, Grace. Nice to meet you. Oh, we're so lucky to have you. Thank you. I was wondering if the MPs for the first session are here yet, so I could just say hello to them.
Yeah, I think all of them are here.
The two Koreans? The two
the two
Taiwanese.
Taiwanese.
I don't. Well, if you see them, introduce me so I can say hello before we
seeing
go
if I
on
can
with
recognize
him.
any coming. I didn't see
These
any.
are the two.
No, I haven't seen them.
Come through the elevator.
Okay.
If I stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning. I'd like to let you know that we will begin the forum today in just a couple more minutes. So for those of you that are already in the room, please do take your seats. And also please be reminded to switch your mobile phones to silent or vibration mode. We will begin in just a few more minutes. Thank you for your patience. 各位现场的来宾，大家早安！我们再过几分钟即将开始今天的论坛。提醒各位，我们今天的论坛提供中英文同步口译的服务。有需要聆听口译服务的来宾，可以凭您的证件，在我们的报到处借用同步口译的接收器。我们再过几分钟即将开始2023的国会开放与监督论坛。谢谢大家。 Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants joining us online, we will begin the forum today in just 2 minutes. So for those of you on site, please do take your seats, and also please switch your mobile phones to silent or vibration mode. For those of you online, we will begin very shortly. Thank you. 各位现场与会的来宾，我们今天的会议全程都提供中英文同步口译的服务。需要聆听口译服务的来宾，可以凭您的证件，在我们的报到处借用同步口译的接收器。我们再过1分钟，即将正式开始2023年的国会开放与监督论坛。谢谢。后面对不对？MP of North Macedonia, the Honorable Arta Bilali Zendeli, MP of North Macedonia, Catalin Tanita, MP of Romania. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome His Excellency Speaker Yu Xi-kun of the Legislative Yuan, the Parliament of Taiwan. 各位贵宾，我们掌声欢迎立法院游锡坤院长进场，非常欢迎游院长。A warm welcome to His Excellency Speaker Yu Xi-kun of the Legislative Yuan, which is the Parliament of Taiwan. 今天非常荣幸，游锡坤院长莅临我们的会场，请院长就座。Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Parliamentary Openness and Monitoring Forum. My name is Grace Huang, the MC this morning. This forum is co-hosted by the National Democratic Institute, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and Citizen Congress Watch. The forum is taking place not only here on site, but also broadcasted online. So welcome to all of the participants joining us online as well. We would like to extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their support. This conference would not have been possible without their generous support and also help. It is also our great pleasure to welcome members of parliament from around the world. So we would like to welcome the Honorable Abdullah Hoti, MP of Kosovo, the Honorable Blerta Delu Kodra, MP of Kosovo, the Honorable Abresh Krezi Husseini, MP of Kosovo, the Honorable Dritan Selimanaj, MP of Kosovo, the Honorable Armen Zemaj, MP of Kosovo. Welcome. The Honorable Artan Abrashi, MP of Kosovo. The Honorable Bek Berisha, MP of Kosovo. The Honorable Frieden Lala, MP of Kosovo. The Honorable Nikola Michevsky, MP of North Macedonia. The Honorable Arta Bilali Zendeli, MP of North Macedonia. And the Honorable Caitlin Tenita, MP of Romania. Thank you and welcome for taking your time and traveling afar to Taiwan to join us in person today. We're so happy to see you. And also, we are extremely honored to receive tremendous support from the Legislative Yuan, the Parliament of Taiwan. So we have our speaker,游Xi-kun of the Legislative Yuan. 也非常欢迎今天立法院游锡坤院长莅临。We also have members of the Legislative Yuan with us today. The Honorable 罗志正委员，非常欢迎。The Honorable 林思明委员。The Honorable 王婉玉委员。Thank you and welcome. And of course, we are honored to have CSO members and partners from around the world, including Mr. Juan Carlo of Directorio Legislativo from Argentina, Mr. Ahmed Hanafi from the Indonesian Parliamentary Center, Mr. Chon Lun Lee of Asia Network for Free Elections from Thailand, Dr. Akihiro Ogawa of University of Melbourne, Australia. Welcome. Ms. Putu Lumina Mentari from the Indonesian Parliament. Mr. Karil Yusa from the Sinar Project, Malaysia. Ms. Violeta Hax-Holy of the Kosovo Democratic Institute. And Ms. Albana Rexhar of Democracy Plus Kosovo. So again, a warm welcome to all the partners and also the participants joining us on site here and also online. Once again, a warm welcome. And without further ado, I'd like to kick off to welcome Chair of Citizen Congress Watch, Dr. Zeng Jianyuan, to give us the opening remarks. Please join me to welcome Dr. Zeng.
尊敬的游锡坤院长，史蒂芬妮计划长，各位国会议员，以及来自世界各地的国会监督团体和媒体的朋友们，大家早安。
早。
我是公民监督国会联盟的理事长曾建元。 首先我代表公民监督国会联盟向各位表示热烈的欢迎和感谢。公督盟在2015年、2017年办过2次的国际论坛，我们非常高兴，在经过了冲击全球的疫情之后，可以有机会举办召集全球监督国会联盟相关团体的这样的一个国际论坛并且有了NDI 跟FDA 这2个重要的民主伙伴，那么我们更邀请到了更多的国际伙伴的参与。那今年呢，我们有来自科索沃、阿根廷、印尼、马来西亚、泰国的国会监督团体来到台湾参加2天的论坛。那么另外呢，那么也有加纳、巴基斯坦、斯里兰卡、日本的监督国会伙伴在线上参与。公督盟已经成立了15年，在这15年当中，我们累积了许多监督国会的经验和成果。那么很荣幸呢，在今天不仅呢有公督盟分享经验，而且呢我们聚集了全球的监督国会团体的经验，在这2天的论坛里加起来有超过1个世纪的监督经验。我们呢在此呢共同探讨和分享国会监督的最佳实践，加强国际交流与合作，并致力于建立全球范围内国会监督团体的联合网络和平台，以增进民主机制的永续发展。在这个特殊的时刻，我们再次见证了全球范围内民主面临的巨大挑战。然而，我们坚信，透过国会监督团体的合作和努力，我们可以共同维护和促进民主机制的发展，推动全球范围内公平和可持续的发展。我们也非常关心亚洲地区民主所面临的新的挑战，包括威权势力的兴起、假讯息、数位转型和地缘政治影响等问题。只有通过国会监督团体的合作和努力，我们才能有效地维护全球范围内的民主制度，推动永续发展和公平社会的实现。最后，我们希望在这2天的论坛当中，各位国会议员和监督团体的代表们能够积极的参与，分享宝贵的经验和洞见，促进国会监督团体的合作和交流，以及达成更好的民主和社会发展。谢谢大家。
谢谢，非常谢谢曾理事长。Thank you once again to Dr. 曾建元 of the Citizen Congress. 接下来，我们非常荣幸邀请立法院游院长来为我们致辞。And now, please join me to welcome Speaker of the Legislative Yuan, Mr. 游锡堃, to say a few words. 也因为有游院长的支持，台湾的立法院从2020年开始规划开放国会行动方案，透过定期的会议跟追踪，让立法院更贴近公民社会的期待。我们接下来有请游院长为我们致辞。
曾建元理事长、史蒂芬妮计划长、罗志正委员，还有林思敏委员、王婉玉委员，还有张宏林执行长，来自世界各国的11个国家的各位贵宾、各位女士、各位先生，大家早安。
早。
我是台湾国会议长游锡堃。有机会与来自全球5大洲的议会监督组织代表及专家学者共聚一堂，锡堃感到非常荣幸，在此就代表台湾立法院竭诚的欢迎各位贵宾的莅临与参与。台湾虽然不是开放政府伙伴联盟 OGP 的会员国，也没有签署开放国会 OP 的议会开放宣言。但是2016年起，台湾国会持续不断地往公开化、透明化的目标迈进。除了透过电视及网络同步直播，及时将议事情况公开外，2020年我担任院长之后，也立即成立开放国会委员会，积极与民间组织合作，共同推出符合国际标准的开放国会行动方案。2021年更以亚洲第一个非 OGP 会员国的身份，举办2021开放国会论坛，这些都足以证明台湾追求自由民主及开放国会的坚强意志与决心。根据开放国会行动方案规划的4大方向，已经完成的包括：第一，立法院会议全程转播公开，这个公开包括党团协商及委员会会议，并与新媒体合作推出国会频道2.0。第二，议事资料完整公开，让民众更容易查找公报资料，以及课正在进行的第三，推动国会联能文化，鼓励立委办公室主动揭露利益冲突的资讯，以及即将上线的第四，建制人民联署倡议平台，以扩大民众参与国会运作的机会。开放政府与开放国会是全球趋势，透过透明、参与、克责、涵容，国会不再只属于民意代表和官员，而是能够提升人民参与与表达意见的场域。台湾是法治社会，当国会更公开透明，公民取得资讯更加容易，人民就更有机会透过参与立法来决定自己的未来。换句话说，有健全的国会，才有健全的民主，而民主是台湾自始至终坚持的核心价值。台湾位于印太区域抵抗威权的最前线，过去3年，除了与各国一样因应严峻疫情之外，也和国际民主国家一样，饱受威权政体的错假信息、网络攻击、以商逼政、认知作战等各种威胁。近年来，全球民主版图有萎缩的现象。美国自由之家最新公布的2023年全球自由报告，全球民主连续17年衰退，自由度下降的国家多于自由度增加的国家。如何力挽狂澜，是我们民主同盟国共同面对的课题。根据英国经济学人资讯社 EIU 公布的2022民主主事报告，台湾是全面民主的国家，在167个国家与地区排名第10，蝉联亚洲第1。另外，根据前述美国自由之家2023年全球自由报告，台湾与德国、冰岛、爱沙尼亚、智利并列第17名，继续名列自由国家，在亚洲排名仅次于日本。回顾大航海时代以来，台湾历经荷兰、西班牙、明政、清治、日治、蒋氏政权等强权的殖民统治，台湾人几乎没有一天做过自己的主人。如今，在大家努力之下，台湾的民主受到国际高度肯定，真的令人欣慰。台湾民主百年追求，台湾人现在享有的自由民主和许多国家一样，是从被压迫和屠杀中走过来的，是先贤先烈用血泪灌溉而来的。因为深知得来不易，我们更加珍惜，并自诩能帮助其他威权国家统治下的人民同享自由。因为我们相信，一个更美好的世界必须更多人共同拥有自由和民主。本次论坛将聚焦在监督全球议会的新方法，相信在各位的参与之下，一定能够激荡出新的火花，也期许台湾公民社会监督国会的经验分享国际，为全球民主版图的强化共尽心力。最后，我要在这边特别以台湾的一份子来感谢这一次的主办单位，包括公民监督国会联盟、 还有美国国际民主协会，还有西敏市民主基金会，这个3个主办单位大家都辛苦我在这边代表立法院台湾的立法院向大家表达感谢大家辛苦了非常谢谢。那公督盟对台湾国会的监督不遗余力我很怕公督盟，那因为我怕台湾国会才会更好不止我怕，我想我们的国会议员也会怕这个就是他力的效果。除了自利以外，必须要他力，自利他利要相辅相成。所以我们会致力，我们事实上我们国会里面113个国会议员都非常优秀，大家都非常努力，但我们都懂得自立，但是单单自立是不够的。如果自立够的话就不用3权分立了所以这个公督盟扮演这个我们台湾国会他律的角色扮演非常好，所以虽然我很怕他，但是我还是要这个对他们表示感谢，非常谢谢公督盟的各位先进。最后，请祝大家身体健康、平安顺心，谢谢大家。
谢谢，非常谢谢尤院长的勉励。我们请尤院长留步马上我们就要合影留念了。然后请院长稍微后退一步，我们也请工作人员帮我们整理场地。那么接下来呢，把握非常难得的机会，邀请以下的贵宾一同合影留念。我们再次邀请曾理事长到台上来So we will take the opportunity to invite the following guests for a few photographs. I'd like to invite Mr. Zeng from NDI, and also I'd like to invite Ms. Stephanie Rust from NDI, and also Mr. Chris Liu from WFD, and also President Zeng. Please look at the camera. 好，我们请现场的摄影师来帮我们捕捉今天非常难得的画面。We will be taking 3 group photos. This is the first one. 好，我们接下来呢 for our second photo, I'd like to welcome our international CSO guests and also panelists to the stage for a group photo. So the guests from the following organizations, please also join us on stage. 我们请台上的贵宾留步Guests from ANFRO, Democracy Plus, Directorial Legislativo, Indonesian Parliamentary Center, Open Parliament Indonesia, Kosovo Democratic Institute, and also Dr. Akihiro Ogawa. Would the following guests please join us on stage? 好，我们邀请 CSO 的伙伴们一起上台来共同合影留念。So I think I'd like to ask 1 or 2 of our guests to join us on this side. 好，摄影师们如果有需要任何的协助，也都可以告诉我们。All right, so please look into the camera. All right, so for the CSO guests and panelists, please return to your seats. 刚刚第一排的贵宾也请在台上留步。And now I'd like to invite all of the members of parliament to the stage for a group photo. So with the delegation from Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Romania, please come to the stage. 我们接下来邀请国会议员一起合照。除了3国国会的访团以外，同时也邀请林思明委员、罗志正委员，还有王婉玉委员一同上台合影留念。我们是不是请舞台上大家侧身 ？So would you please stand a little bit sideways to make more room? 好，我们请大家在舞台上稍微侧身看向舞台中央的摄影镜头。So please look at our cameras. 好，非常非常难得有这么多的国会的代表团还有贵宾来到台湾，大家齐聚一堂这个是疫情之后第一次看见。So a warm welcome to all the guests for joining us and also for traveling afar, taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us here in Taipei. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be able to see you. 好，我们请问都可以了吗 ？All right, thank you very much。我们也非常谢谢所有的贵宾。另外呢，也非常感谢今天由席坤院长的莅临。尤院长另外有公务必须先行离席，我们再一次以掌声来谢谢尤院长。So thank you once again to Speaker Yu Xi-kun of the Legislative Yuan for joining us today. 好，非常谢谢尤院长今天出席2023国会开放与监督论坛。谢谢，再次谢谢尤院长的支持哦。也因为院长的支持，台湾的立法院从2020年开始规划开放国会行动方案，来定期的追踪，让立法院更贴近公民的期待。好，我们现场，我们大家是不是再一次以掌声来谢谢尤院长今天的出席？谢谢院长。Thank you very much once again to our Speaker of the Legislature. 好的，我们接下来呢 ，So now we will proceed with the program today, and we will begin with our first session. Okay, I'd like to now welcome Ms. Stephanie Rust, Chief Program Officer of the National Democratic Institute, to extend welcome remarks. So please join me to welcome Stephanie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Stephanie Rust, and I am the Chief Programs Officer at the National Democratic Institute. On behalf of NDI, I would like to thank the Citizen Congress Watch and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy for co-hosting this forum with NDI. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Speaker Yu for his leadership, as well as the Legislative Yuan and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their invaluable contributions to this event. The National Democratic Institute was founded in 1983 as a nonpartisan, non-governmental organization based in Washington, D.C. Over the past 4 decades, NDI has worked alongside partners in more than 150 countries to strengthen and safeguard democratic institutions, processes, and norms. This year, we are celebrating NDI's 40th anniversary, and we have 55 country offices working to promote and defend the values at the heart of democracy, a government that is inclusive, transparent, and accountable to its citizens. I know we're all aware that autocracy has steadily gained ground over the last decade. Since 2012, the share of the world's populations living in autocracies has increased from 46% to 72% in 2022. What's more, the explosive growth of social media combined with populist national leaders has led our societies even more deeply polarized. Equally worrying is how bold autocratic governments have become in seeking to exert their influence and undermine democratic countries. Transparency and civic participation are essential strategies to counter these challenges by building civic trust and deepening democratic resilience. And we're here together this week because parliaments play a critical role in this effort through advancing transparency-oriented legislation, conducting oversight of the executive, opening up processes, and engaging with citizens and civil society organizations. Taiwan's commitment to radical transparency is a model for democratic actors around the world, and one of the many reasons that NDI was excited to support Taiwan's Open Parliament Multi-Stakeholder Forum in 2020 to develop an Open Parliament Action Plan. NDI has been inspired by Taiwan's success in transitioning to a vibrant democracy. And in March of 2021, with the support of many of you in this room, NDI established a regional office here in Taipei to support democratic partners in Taiwan as well as across the Asia-Pacific region. NDI values our growing relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Legislative Yuan, and Taiwan's innovative civil society, particularly the civic technology community that has proven resilient in countering disinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic and increasingly to foreign illiberal influences. This week, however, we also have the opportunity to learn not only from the experience of the Legislative Yuan, but also from our colleagues in Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Romania. In Kosovo, the Forum for Parliamentary Transparency recently launched a new 4-year Open Parliament Action Plan for the period 2023 to 2026. In North Macedonia, recent openness progress includes publication of public procurement information and an open data initiative, including local government information. The National Assembly is in its second action plan, published its own data portal, and launched a legislative tracking system. In Romania, where progress is slow but steady, the process to become an OECD member has reinforced the importance of open government, a core OECD principle. NDI is so proud to work with our partners in Parliament and civil society organizations and supporting your work at the national level, but also to facilitate peer-to-peer learning opportunities like this one, which build solidarity and contribute to an international knowledge base of best practices in Parliament openness. In fact, this conference builds on an exchange from members of Parliament and CSOs from Kosovo and Taiwan that was organized in June of 2022 on the sidelines of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. As President Tsai has said, Taiwan is at the front line of the fight against anti-democratic forces. I am thrilled that we have this opportunity this week to learn from the experiences of Taiwan, as well as from civic and parliamentary partners from around the world on how to strengthen inclusive and transparent processes and build democratic resilience. Thank you again to our co-hosts and to all the forum staff who have made this event possible. I am looking forward to being part of these very important discussions with all of you and learning from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a short video from the Director of Asia Pacific and Americas of Westminster Foundation for Democracy, Mr. Matthew Hedges, to share his greetings remotely. Hedges from the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the first session of the day, just a few housekeeping reminders to let you know. First of all, please wear your badges at all times during the forum. Only those with badges will be allowed access into the conference room. And also, if you have a blue or yellow sticker on your badge, please go to the registration desk for today's lunch and dinner. Our staff will guide you to the dining rooms. And also, 所以您的吊牌上如果是蓝色或是黄色的贴纸的话，今天的午餐还有晚餐的时候，请到报到台，我们的工作人员会带您前往用餐的场地。If you have a green sticker on your badge, it stands for a vegetarian lunchbox. So those who do not have stickers on your badge, you will be offered regular lunch boxes. 吊台上如果有贴绿色的贴纸的来宾呢，代表素食的便当；没有贴纸的是一般荤食的便当。所以这个也请大家再注意一下。And if you are using an interpretation headset, please make sure that you return it when leaving the forum. 另外呢，我们也全程提供中英文同步口译的服务。有需要聆听口译的来宾，可以凭您的证件在报到处借用同步口译的接收器。那么，如果你有借用的话，也请在离场的时候记得归还。And now I'd like to turn the floor over to our first session. We will be talking about parliamentary perspectives, lessons for open, responsive, and accountable partners. And I'd like to welcome the moderator of this session, Ms. Kristen Sample, Director of Democratic Governance of National Democratic Institute. Please have a seat. And I'd like to welcome the panelists for this session, the Honorable Avdullah Holti, MP of Kosovo, the Honorable Caitlin Tanitia, MP of Romania, the Honorable Arta Biali Zendali, MP of North Macedonia. 我们也欢迎立法院罗志正委员 the Honorable 罗志正 MP of Taiwan 以及立法院林思明委员 the Honorable 林思明 MP of Taiwan. So let me give the floor to our moderator.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's really my pleasure to welcome you to this session. My name is Kristen Sample, and I'm the Director of Governance at the National Democratic Institute. And I'm so pleased and so honored to be able to moderate this panel with 5 distinguished members of Parliament this morning, talking about a topic that really couldn't be more important. We're going to be able to learn from them and hear from them in terms of their insights, their lessons, their recommendations when it comes to parliamentary openness, parliamentary accountability, parliamentary responsiveness. As we heard this morning from the initial speakers, democratic governance is in a tough spot. There's a lot of challenges. The global backdrop is quite daunting. And against that backdrop, I'd say that parliamentary openness and transparency really couldn't be more crucial at this time. Parliamentary openness and transparency has both intrinsic value as well as instrumental value. I say intrinsic because it inherently is a public good, right? It's something that citizens have a right to. Citizens have a right to know what their parliament is up to and how they're spending their time and their resources. And by the same token, openness and transparency is something that has instrumental value. It's a means to an end, right? Through parliamentary openness and transparency, we can expect more efficiency, more accountability, better resource allocation, less corruption, as well as the building of civic trust, which again, against this global backdrop, is really quite essential. And I think what's really interesting too about parliamentary openness is that parliaments have a double responsibility. because not only do they need to be open and transparent about their own operations, right, about how they're, again, spending their time and their resources, about their processes, their decision-making, but they also need to promote greater openness on the part of the government and the state, right, by conducting oversight or by legislating reforms that, again, push the government to be more open. So again, with that in mind, I think this is a really critical panel, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing from our MPs today in terms of how they're advancing that parliamentary openness agenda in their respective countries. I'm very briefly going to present their bios. They have extensive and impressive credentials, so I'm just going to give some top-line information in terms of their role. We're going to hear first today from Honorable Abdullah Hoti. Honorable Hoti is a member of the Assembly of Kosovo from the Democratic League of Kosovo, and he previously was Prime Minister of Kosovo from 2020 to 2021. And he was also previously served as Minister of Finance in Kosovo from 2014 to 2017. We'll also be hearing from Honorable Catalin Tanita, who represents the District of Bucharest in the Romanian Parliament. He is a member of the centrist party Renewing Romania's European Project, and he's the chair of the Romanian chapter of the European Parliamentary Forum for Sexual and Reproductive Rights, and co-chair of the Romanian chapter of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. We'll also hear this morning from Honorable Arta Balali Zendeli, who's a member of Parliament for North Macedonia since 2020, and she represents the political party Democratic Union for Integration. And in the Assembly of North Macedonia, she is vice president on two committees, the Committee for European Affairs and vice president for the Committee for Constitutional Affairs as well. And then we'll hear from members of Parliament from the Legislative Yuan, from our host country here. We'll be hearing from Honorable Chi Cheng Lo, who has been in Parliament since 2016 with the Democratic Progressive Party. I should say that we're actually in his district right now. So if you have any comments on how you're finding things here locally, you should definitely let him know. Representative Lowe is a former convener, current member of the Foreign and National Defense Committee as well, and he was director of Political Science Department at Soochow University. And finally, we'll hear from Honorable Su Ming Lin, also a member of the Taiwanese LY for the KMT party, and he is a former convener of the Expenditure Examination Committee, Judiciary and Organic Laws and Statutes Committee. He was also a former city council member or county council member with Hsinchu province, so has some very interesting subnational experience, which is quite important as well in this context. So without any further ado from me, I really do want to turn the microphone over to our MPs. I think they'll each have about 8 minutes to speak. And then we hope to have a bit of time for some questions from our audience. So I'm going to start with Honorable Hoti, if you would like to share your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sample, for introducing us, and thank you to NDI and Westminster Foundation for making this happen. I am really pleased to be among these distinguished panelists here with my colleagues from Kosovo, from North Macedonia and Romania, and from other countries as well. What I'll try to do is to share our experience, because what I expect from this forum is to learn from others' experiences. We are a young country, relatively young country, so we have a lot to learn. But I think we have developed some key mechanisms to ensure us that our parliament remains open and accountable to our citizens. Well, let me share a story with you that actually would tell you the profound changes that happened in Kosovo in the last, let's say, 40 years. I was told this story, so I want to share it with you. A person that was born before 40 years, that person did not migrate. That person stayed in Kosovo, but that person had to change his passport 4 times, starting from former Yugoslavia until 1991, and then the Federation of Serbia and Montenegro. And then the war came of 98 and 99. After the war, a United Nations mission was installed in Kosovo until 2008, when we declared our independence. And then that person had to change the passport for Kosovan passport. So you can imagine the profound change that happened in our society, and the need to establish functioning institutions. But I am very happy to say that Kosovo now is a liberal democracy, a growing one, quite strong, with quite strong foundation, an aspiring country to join NATO and the EU. For those of you who don't know, Kosovo is a landlocked country in the Western Balkans with 1.9 million population, a quarter of the population living abroad. We are a parliamentary republic. Our parliament has 120 seats. We extend very generous rights to communities, non-majority communities. Out of 120 seats, 100 are directly elected by proportional representation for the majority population in Kosovo. And 10 seats are reserved for ethnic Serbs, and another 10 seats for other ethnic minorities. We pay particular attention to gender issues. At least 30% of our parliament consists of women. The work of the assembly is decided by the presidency of the parliament and the caucus leaders, of course. It is organized through 14 parliamentary committees. We also, so apart from party caucus group, we have also organized caucus groups based on gender issues such as Women Caucus, Youth Caucus, and the Forum for Parliamentary Transparency. And in addition to that, we have a number of friendship groups to promote and strengthen international cooperation. Now to the issue of openness and accountable parliament. I think we all agree that openness and transparency are key ingredients of democratic governance of our parliaments. The resilience of any democratic system of government depends on the interest and the scale of civic engagement in public affairs. We need to increase citizen awareness as what we do in the parliament. So issues related to openness, transparency, accountability, civic engagement, representation function that we have to play as a parliament, and keeping the government accountable as well, building trust not only among political parties represented in the parliament, but also with citizens at large, are key issues to ensure a parliament that is efficient in decision making and also makes a fair decision and respects the democratic system. And in all these issues, I think Parliament is at the center of everything. I'm glad to say that all these principles of openness, transparency, accountability, and others are fully part of our legal framework in our country. They are fully reflected, starting from our constitution, legislations, rules of procedure for the Parliament. And in addition to that, these principles are complemented by many declarations and resolutions that we have approved in our parliament, and sectorial strategies to deal with specific issues such as gender issues or minority issues or other things. As a young country, I believe that we have a vibrant civil society that is fully engaged in the work of the parliament, in overseeing the parliament, in each and everything that we do. I think we managed to achieve this, so the full involvement of civil society organization in our parliament, because first of all, we share everything with them, and we make them a part of the strategy of the parliament. We have been supported quite a lot by a number of organizations, including NDI and other organizations, partners, to increase the capacities of our parliament to work together with civil society organization, and maybe more, even more so in terms of increasing the awareness of members of parliament for the need to work closely with civil society organization. And now I'm glad to say that civil society organizations play an important role in advancing parliamentary openness, and now these issues have become the usual norm of our everyday work. We have managed to establish proper mechanisms and to amend the regulatory framework and strategies to promote openness and accountability in our parliament. For example, we have established the Civil Society Organization Office in our parliament. We have developed a large database to ensure the participation of civil society organizations in the work of the committees. Their contribution is greatly valued. The amendments that they make to the draft laws that are considered in the parliament are always taken into consideration. And an important thing which I think distinguishes our parliament in the region is the establishment of a very efficient electronic legislative tracking system, which is the most advanced tool, I would say, to ensure transparency and accountability in the lawmaking process. In 2014, the Parliament adopted a declaration for partnership with civil society organizations that brings both sides together, at least on a yearly basis, to discuss and identify issues of importance of mutual collaboration. We have endorsed the Global Declaration for Parliamentary Transparency 2015, and the Parliament has established the Forum for Parliamentary Transparency, composed of members of Parliament and civil society organizations on equal as equal members to serve as an advisory board for the presidency of the Parliament on issues related to parliamentary transparency. Now I think we have everything in place to ensure openness and transparency of the Parliament. Now it has become a regular job of our Parliament. We have these 5 years action plans where we put targets and we work toward them. We constantly modernize our IT technology to ensure full participation of citizens in our everyday work. If I'm allowed, as a concluding remark, I would like to share some personal experiences from my previous life in politics. When I was Prime Minister, the way how we ensure the participation of citizens in the decision-making process, I think that made a difference and ensure the efficiency and success of our policies, especially during the COVID time in 1920 and 21. I think we managed we managed the COVID crisis. I cannot say successfully, but we did the best, only because we managed to involve citizens in the decision-making process and in enforcing the measures that we took. And that was made possible only through full participation and engagement of civil society organizations. At that time, we established a coordination council composed of health institutions, of course, key ministries and government agencies, local authorities, and media in particular, and some civil society organization. And the second one, when I was Minister of Finance back in 2014 and 17, at that time we developed two fiscal policy measures. Those fiscal policy measures, they were developed together with business association and civil society organization. And that time I made them accountable for the implementation of those measures. And I gladly say that we managed to decrease the informal economy because they were feeling accountable on implementing those fiscal measures at that time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hoti, for those remarks, for that wisdom. I think that the point that you raise is so important in terms of an open parliament plan is, of course, an essential step, but it has to be reinforced by so many other types of actions, like the commitment to inclusion that we've seen in the Assembly, as well as the legislative tracking system, the engagement with civil society. All of that creates an ecosystem of openness and transparency. And thanks, too, for sharing that anecdote or that experience from the COVID times, because if that openness and transparency and civic trust is important during normal times, it can build the foundation for then, I think, a more effective response and, again, more trust and engagement when it comes to an emergency context like we saw during COVID. So we're going to ask now Honorable Tenita to share an experience from Romania.
I'm Cătălin Teniță from Romania. Basically, I was an entrepreneur for 20 years and a civic activist for something like 7 years, and I founded a very successful NGO called Geeks for Democracy, meaning people that are doing creative jobs in order to help the democracy in society to let's say, get better. I'll tell you a few words first about Romania, because I think it's important to understand the context. We, as Taiwan, went through 40 years of authoritarian regime in your case. In our case, it was a totalitarian communist regime between 1948 and 1989. You had the similar version, but you managed to become a full democracy, ranking number 10 in the index of democracies worldwide, while Romania and some other countries in the region are among, let's say, 50 to 60 positions. So there is a difference between what we did not so good in the eastern part of Europe and what we managed to do obviously better in terms of results in Taiwan, both in terms of prosperity and also both in terms of democracy and, let's say, civic engagement. So about Romania, we are a country of 20 million, similar to you. We lost something like 4 or 5 million of people going abroad in some other European country to work. Otherwise, it would have been something like 25 million. We now have, let's say, a prosperity level something like 80% of the average of European Union. Bucharest is similar in terms of purchase parity with, let's say, Barcelona or Madrid. So it's a good society. But what we have as problem is still we don't have, let's say, a civic society that's fully engaged in politics. So what happened in the last, let's say, 5-6 years, we managed to have some kind of, let's say, fledgling involvement of in the political process by some people who previously were NGO people or entrepreneurs, mostly in digital or creative areas. So we have what you managed to have probably 20 years before us. So this is where we stand. So my presentation is called Geeks and MPs because I consider myself both an MP and a geek. And it's strange when I'm, let's say, when I'm speaking as a politician, I perceive myself as a geek, and I'm speaking as an entrepreneur, I'm perceiving myself as a politician, and I'm totally afraid because I tell you guys, you know I'm from your ranks, but I feel now a lot of responsibility, and I really feel you should tell me what I can help you, and please help me also to make a better job for you. So, I'm not sure how it works. Can you? Oh, it works. So, no, it's. I think it was the other way. Let's turn it back. No, back. Oh, 1 second, sorry for. Yes, but it. Sorry. No, this is front. So you should. Both of them are front. Maybe I should ask you to next. Okay, let's go from start. Yes.
Audio control.
Yes, it's better. It's AI-driven, natural AI-driven. I asked my colleague Special and her colleague will tell you. So let's go back to the beginning. The beginning. This is the end. More? That's it. The next one. So I'm Cătălin Tăniță. I was I was in a IT high school. Then I finished law school in Romania, the best one in Romania. I made the first job board in Romania. I'm a science fiction lover, editor, translator. I was an entrepreneur for something like 20 years in online communities, online press, monitoring platforms. And I know a lot about digital monitoring. We can discuss in depth, including, let's say, AI and sentiment analysis and all kinds of tools. I had exits, I have failures, as all the entrepreneurs. I became an active citizen, created Geeks for Democracy in 2016. I'm MP from 2020, Social Liberal Repair Party, which is a party, let's say, in the center area of politics, European politics, right in the middle. In the, let's say, center-left part, you have Social Democrats. In the center-right part, you have, let's say, PP, conservative, liberal conservative. It's complicated. Next step. This one is a photo of the biggest protest in Romania. It happened in 2017. It was about the rule of law and the fact the politicians at the moment were not so happy regarding the rule of law. And the main request was because some people that were convicted, in fact, they were tried for corruption, try to change the law in order to be able to be politicians, either if they are convicted. So we had something like 100,000 people there. And we managed to let's say, to limit their access at the moment. Next one. So, what I managed to do as I'll tell you very, very shortly, what I managed to do as a politician. No convicts in public offices, I managed to pass that law. Basically, I think that's the most important thing I did in my career of 2 years. I managed to pass that law. It was a bit complicated. It started as no child abusers in politics, but in the end, I convinced everybody to have all the criminal penalties considered, let's say, as incompatibilities for people to run in elections, both in presidential, parliamentary, and local elections. I still have a lot to change, the one related to Euro parliamentarians. What I managed to do, it was because I worked a lot with civic society, mostly with SOS Save the Children, and some other NGOs, let's say both civics and also related to children's rights. The second exit, I call it exit because exit means success in entrepreneurship. Means you manage to deliver and you manage to cash your money. It's important to do that. It's important not to talk about what we try to do. It's important to talk about what we manage to do. So the second success is libraries and civic hubs, meaning we understand you in Taiwan have better libraries than us. The rural communities need some third places, some places where people can manage, can create a community, can discuss, can train themselves, can organize them as a community. It's very important to have this component, and I managed to get something like 36 million euros from the European funds in order to found something like 110 local libraries in order to convert them to civic and digital hubs. The same collaboration with EduCab and Progress Foundation and some other foundations related to libraries is very important to have a clear vision and also to get the acceptance of civil society and to work with them. It's very important from my point of view to, let's say, convince the politicians from other party is not your project. It's the project of the society. You are just the voice of the society. And if you are doing that, generally, the other parties, the politicians from other party, will understand it and will come with you. It's very important to be very clear. It's not a, let's say, communication project of one party. It's a societal project. If you manage to do that as politicians, we might have the chances to pass projects, no matter if we are opposition or government. The third one, and I'm still working on this one, is improvement to the national school meal program. It's very complicated. Of course, the school meal programs are programs that need to be constantly improved. We still have a lot to do in this area, but I managed to change both, let's say, the dietary norms and also the sanitary norms, and we have also, so let's say, the coverage of the program. Still need to work on, now I'm working on healthy breakfast component of the school meal program. The same collaboration with parents and pupil associations and small medium enterprises federations. Next one. I stress again, you need champions. It's very important to understand it's not us against them, no matter who is us and who is them. It's people that decided to go into politics in order to support some interests. Some people want to support, let's say, some big company interests. Some people want to support their own interests. Some people want to support the administration interests. Some people want to support the interest of some corrupt, let's say, components of society. But you also need to have people, champions in the arena. So it's important from my point of view is to support them. Not to say all politicians are the same, but to say there are some bad politicians and there are some good politicians. Like you have good doctors, good teachers, bad teachers. So it's important to discriminate and it's important to support them. Because I tell you, especially as an entrepreneur, it's the hardest job I ever done. It's, let's say, very well poor paid in terms of, let's say, comparing with my previous career. You do more hours and your staff, it's less than 10% I had previously. So it's complicated. It's like you have a constant startup, but you don't have, let's say, the perspective of improvement your cash flow by doing the good job. If you're doing the good job in politics, you have more people coming to you and asking more stuff, and it's more complicated. So it's important to get some other kind of reward, and the reward is to find people caring for what you are doing if you are doing good. Also, that's why I say they need your support. Next one. Fails. 3 minutes. So it's important as an entrepreneur to tell you what I didn't manage to do properly. Public register of committee votes. This is there are some verses from Hamilton, if you know the play on Broadway. No one else knows what happened in the rooms. No one else knows. You can see what happens in the assembly, where you have hundreds of people voting, but at that moment, the vote is already clear, most of the cases. So what is important from my point of view is to ask totally transparency in the committees. Because if you are looking at let's say, at the proper parliaments, like US Parliament or Canadian Parliament or European Parliament, you'll see there is total transparency in the committees. While if you are looking at some other parliaments, you'll see, okay, we have electronic votes in the assemblies, but if you are looking at the proceedings of the committee, you see it was unanimity or majority or let's say, vote with some amendments. But it's important to understand what happens there, so it's important to have there the transparency. Next fail. Next fail too is very important to understand there are some interests that are not, let's say, legitimate. So I had this fail of, let's say, I tried to put a bill that will create a public register for some national agreements, MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding, and the subsequent acts. What we had in Europe, we had China operating 100 police stations in Europe in something like 20 countries by having some memorandums with some national entities, basically mayors and city council and things like this. So it's important to have this kind of public registers, but unfortunately for the moment, I didn't manage to pass that bill. Let's get to the drawing room. Next one, next fail. It's very important. I managed to push that in the first place, but then I discovered there was some kind of interest. So basically, they had to push back the law to the committees in order to reject it. It was a very strange procedure. It's very important. Now we are talking about let's say, e-cloud application and the general digital society. But it's important in this kind of situation to have privacy by design. Push, not pull, meaning not ask for what happened with my personal data, but let's say get the application to notify you when somebody accesses your data. And for example, that happens in countries like Denmark, probably in Taiwan too. Next one. Good practice, the best allies of society. Also, it's very important to stress on visits, consultations, sincerity, and co-creation. It's very important to discuss in all the moments of let's say, of your career as a politician with the society, not just to create some I don't know, publicity visits. Okay, I will show you something. But to start with visits and continue with the other steps. Next one. Geek stuff, of course, I'm a geek. I will do two things if I would be the speaker of my parliament. GitHubs, very important to understand that the law it's similar to algorithm, to a procedure, so we can set it as GitHubs. Also, lean methodologies. It's important also to have the process described properly, not just to, I'm going back to that closed room, let's say, metaphor. It's important not to have this kind of black box situation. AI cross-checkers in probably in all the countries who have too many laws and regulations, have in terms of 2,000 laws in Romania and some other kind of normative acts. It's important to cross them, and you can do that using AI. Also, it's important to understand when we don't have enough power to, let's say, have privacy by design, we can create some automated apps, as you as a civil society, and I'll do that in Romania, to use the Freedom of Information Act in order to create some automated request procedures that will make the politician reconsider their let's say, option of denying push transparency methods. Politics is a vocation. As I told you, it's very important to understand that politics is not a career, it's a vocation. You do it using your previous experience. For example, I'm using my experience as a geek and an entrepreneur. Some other people can use their experience as professor or public servants. Very important not to copy and also to use, let's say, our sincerity and our experience as human person. Very important things, Audrey Tang, it's one of the greatest hackers and also now is the digital minister of Taiwan. So I send my regards to her. The presidential story kit, don't forget this one. Next. Basically, each time I go to some other country, I buy a book for my daughter, and I ask everybody, and I'll ask you probably tomorrow to sign it, I leave it. I bought a book called Behind Every Great Woman is a Great Cat, and then next one. I went to the president yesterday and I managed to get her signature on her picture. So I send my regards to her president. She's a great lady and she has 2 great kids. Thank you very much. I'm Cătălin Tăniță. And if you want, you can contact me and we can discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tanita. That was a wonderful presentation. And thank you for raising so many important points, including the importance of really looking for allies, right? From civil society, finding those allies within the parliament and building relationships with them and working with them in a constructive way. And also, I love that you brought up the issue of technology, both as part of the problem, but also part of the solution for greater transparency and openness. So thank you very much for those remarks. We're going to now ask Honorable Bilali Zindeli to share her experience from the Parliament of North Macedonia. Honorable.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to have this public speech about the openness of our parliament. Firstly, I'm going to talk a little bit for North Macedonia, or officially the Republic of North Macedonia is a country in the Southeast Europe, sharing its land borders with the Republic of Kosovo, Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Albania in the west. It is a parliamentary democracy, parliamentary republic, and we got the independence in 1991, so we are 30 and few more years state. Our country is a multi-ethnic country with multi-religious elements, multi-ethnic elements, and multicultural elements, and we are very proud and happy to announce in the world that we worked a lot during the recent decades to get to the point in which the multi-elements we use and we see in our society as a benefit and not as a handicap. We dealt good with that, and now we function as multi-ethnic society. Our parliament has 120 MPs, and it also reflects the structure of the parliament, reflects the multi-elements of society in North Macedonia. North Macedonia, since 2020, is a full member of NATO, and now we are working hard to become a full member of European Union. At the other hand, we are part of the initiative for open parliament and open governance since 2011, which means since the very beginning when this initiative was established by the very first 8 countries of the world. The process of engagement to this initiative means publicly to sign and officially to support the Open Government Declaration, bringing national action plans based upon public consultation, as well as obligations for independent reports for the progress in this context or in this area. Now we are working in our 5th national plan for open parliament, which is more ambitious than previous ones. Especially, it is more ambitious in guiding or looking for transparency of public procurement, which is a big problem for societies in transition, delivery of public services, and access to justice for all vulnerable groups. The duties that comes from this 5th action plan are organized in 5 main topics: transparency, fight against corruption, which is related to public procurement, delivery of public services, access to justice, and action for environment and climate. NDI and Westminster Foundation are our very close partners who helped the initiative for open parliament from its very beginning. Very often, local and international staff from NDI, including the director of NDI in Skopje, are in our parliament, working and talking with MPs for different initiatives and for different programs. And it helps a lot. It helps a lot to new coming MPs, but I have a feeling that it helps a lot also for other MPs who have maybe longer experience in the parliament, because democracy is a process which generates always new things, and people who are dealing with public policy must be informed and trained for those new things, new coming things, in order to use them and to serve to the citizens. NDI actually is doing this. I have been very surprised for the very first time when I saw the director of NDI in the Parliamentary Institute working and talking to the MPs for different initiatives. It is nothing else, just sharing values, sharing democratic values. And we are very thankful for this support from NDI as well as Westminster Foundation. This Parliamentary Institute is playing a crucial role in opening our parliament to the citizens. It organizes tours for different citizens. It organizes tours for MPs in different cities also. During the last year, we had more than 8,000 citizens organized in approximately 200 tours visiting our parliament. We had more than 1,200 pupils from elementary schools, secondary schools, and universities visiting our parliament and participating in seminars and workshops. We have 2 major activities: Parliament of Children for pupils from elementary schools, and I have an opinion for pupils from secondary schools, in which pupils from different schools all over Macedonia are competing to get the first place, the first prize for parliamentary procedure. We have also approximately 5,000 people per year visiting our parliament through organized tours, who are organized through Parliamentary Institute, for which the support of NDI has been crucial from the very beginning. This year, we also had another project very successful, during which our MPs visited their cities of origins, their visitors in the cities of origin, not to bring just citizens in the parliament, but to send the MPs in the cities of origin to talk. And it was a very successful story, because we had all MPs from a specific city, for example, gathering together in a specific place in the city and talking to all voters, regardless of their political background. MPs from all political parties talking to all voters in their cities of origin. It was also a very good practice and helped, maybe, and organized from NDI Institute. During this event, 49 MPs were actively included and visited 13 cities through Macedonia. North Macedonia is a country with around 2 million people, so we are not a very big country, and 13 cities are main cities of our country. Today, in the initiative for open parliament are participating 76 countries. The concept for open parliaments means that they have understood that public institutions are more effective and are more efficient as long as they open their doors for proposals as well as for critics from the public. Accountability and transparency are parts of democratic processes and democracy. We cannot stand for democracy and remain unaccountable and bring decisions in closed doors. We are not judges. We are politicians. We bring decisions and we create policies for citizens. Those policies must serve to the needs of the citizens, and that's why we cannot remain and work all the time with closed doors. If we do the right thing, if we make the proper decision, we must not be closed, and we must not bring our citizens in front of a final act. We have been lucky at the end and happy to have the support of National Democratic Institute in most important processes, democratic processes in North Macedonia, and we are very thankful for this support. Also, I am glad to have the opportunity to respond to their call for different projects and initiatives, because democracy, among others, means that we must share our values and share our experience. Actually, this forum in Taipei I see as a typical lesson for sharing the values and sharing the experiences between MPs and other stakeholders from the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bilali, for sharing the experience from North Macedonia. I think it's really interesting how you've shared with us how this commitment to openness literally means opening the doors of Parliament to the citizens, especially young people, to come and demystify what Parliament is all about and to help them understand that the Parliament is their Parliament as well. I also really like how you raised the issue of the Parliamentary Institute. When I had the opportunity to visit Skopje last year, I was so impressed by the staff there. It was still very new. It's a nascent institution, but very focused on ensuring that the MPs had all of the research, the information, the background, the context that they needed, the evidence to develop policies that were really very responsive to the public. So quite impressive to see the progress there. So we're going to turn now to our two representatives from the Legislative Yuan, starting with Honorable Loh. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. I want to start by thanking the Citizen Congress Watch, NDI, and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy for co-hosting this very important and timely event. And as mentioned earlier by Ms. Sample, this is my constituency. I would like to welcome you to Ban Chao. And it's a pity that the organizers have to lock you up in the hotel for the next 2 days. But I'm hopeful that you'll be having time to walk around, because this is one of the most important shopping areas in New Taipei City. So do some shopping, contribute to my economy, and that will be helpful to my re-election, you know. And as a political scientist, I can give you a whole list of things that we can do to develop more transparency and openness in our parliament. And as a legislator, I can also tell you what are things we can do to increase more transparency. But today I want to play a different role as a devil's advocate. When we talk about transparency and openness, I think it's a values, it's a ends, it's also goals. But the thing is, Taiwan's democracy in particular is not operating or functioning in a vacuum. And Taiwan's democracy and other democracies as well have been operating under some challenges, especially from outside forces. And Taiwan's a young democracy. We still have a long way to go before we become a full-fledged democracy. But the things, or the most important imminent challenge we are facing right now is to defend our democracy. And we have to talk about how to develop our resilience and sustainability of our democracy, especially in the face of China's influence operations. So these are things that we are hopeful that we can have more discussions about. As you know, that Taiwan is standing at the front line in the struggle between autocracy and democracy. And it's a daily challenges we are facing right now. So yes, in general, I'm for more openness, for transparency. But the thing is, we have to understand that in some cases, transparency and openness are also a double-edged sword. So how to balance transparency and protection of democracy? And that's the challenges we are facing right now. And let me give you an example. In Taiwan, all the elected officials are required to declare their political donations in very details. And the thing is, yes, the control yuan and then we publish all the political donations to be received. So it's a good thing because all the citizens will have the right to know who donates how much to whom. Yes, it's a good thing. But on the other hand, CCP, China, can also identify easily who donates how much to whom. So they can identify who are the political donors, supporters of a particular party in Taiwan, especially for those business people who have vested interest in China. So we are helping them to identify who are the supporters of the party they don't like and what happens. I'm afraid that will create some sort of self-censorship among the voters in Taiwan. So we face that kind of challenge every day. Let me give you another sad example. There's a very good friend of mine. His father passed away in Taiwan. And I told my friend I was hoping that I can go to his funeral. And my friend told me, well, it's better not. I said, why? He told me, unfortunately, that he has business now in China. So he's very concerned that if all the people paying tribute to his father, at the funeral, are all from the Green camp, DPP camps, that could put him in trouble. Because now he's negotiating a big deal in Chinese market. Well, that's a sad thing. So transparency creates some sort of a vulnerability in some way when we are facing this kind of threat from the PRC. But we don't want to sacrifice our freedom, our democracy in the name of national security. So how to strike a balance between national security and transparency is the challenge we are facing right now. We are for transparency, openness, democracy, freedom of speech, blah, blah, freedom of media, and so on. But the challenge or task we are facing is that kind of things. And in some way, more openness, more transparency is one way that we can use to cope with the challenge. Yes, but is that a true statement in all areas? I have some doubts about that. As a political scientist, I don't enjoy that kind of ideas. But the thing is, that's the dilemma we are facing right now. Another thing we are facing right now is this kind of self-imposed censorship. For scholars, for example, I was a political scientist. I was a professor teaching at a private university in Taiwan. But China can use that kind of tactics in a very subtle way to ask you to impose a self-censorship. For instance, if you are a China expert, China can decide whether you can go to China or not. But if you are a China expert, but you will never grant a visa to go to China to conduct interviews or whatever, then you may lose your credential as a China expert. So you don't want to be a China critic in Taiwan. So do we really have a free press, free opinions in Taiwan society, even in academia? So again, that's the challenge we are facing right now. Social media as well. China has been very subtle and very sophisticated in conducting these kind of influence operations. They are buying influences. They are cultivating the so-called amplifiers in Taiwan society. Whenever they create a false information, we can always witness all kinds of social media platforms or social media influencers, amplifiers, amplifying their statements. So they are creating and shaping the public opinions in Taiwan. They are shaping the public discourse in Taiwan society. At the end, they could influence the the politics and electoral politics in Taiwan society. So how to deal with that? So my role as a devil's advocate is that there's more transparency, more openness can arm ourselves in dealing with that kind of challenges. And I have the question, but I'm still trying to find out the answers for that kind of challenges and questions. So I would like to, pose the questions to you, and we can think about that in the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Loh, for raising those really important questions. I think that you're challenging us to go beyond the slogan of openness and transparency are good for democracy by pointing out that in Taiwan, where there really is a strong commitment, a whole-of-society approach to openness and transparency that's quite laudable, we have to have a more nuanced understanding that context matters, and the very traits that build openness as, I think, something that is quite positive for building civic trust can also make a society more vulnerable, perhaps, to other types of foreign influences. And it's very important, again, to keep that context in mind when you're designing your policies. So we'll hear now from Honorable Lin, who will also share his thoughts on openness and responsiveness and accountability. Honorable Lin, please.
Thank you. 主持人 Sample 女士还有与会的各位议员还有各位贵宾大家早安。首先呢，非常感谢主办单位今天的邀请让我们可以在这个场合交换关于开放国会的意见我想，所谓的开放国会，就是让国会的问政透明化，让我们的公民充分了解我们国会的实际的运作，以及立法形成的过程。以我们中华民国立法院为例，我们所有的会议都会在网络和电视做即时的转播和呈现。我们的公民事后也可以在立法院的网站，分别依据会议的日期或立法委员个人的名字做搜寻观看，或者去看文字的记录，同时也包括政府我们立法委员的法律及预算的提案、行政单位业务报告等等，这些文件我们都会放在网络上，供民众来查询检视我想民主政治的可贵，在于政府施政要最大程度的贴近民意我们身为民选的国会议员，在国会的表现，当然我们就要反映民众的意见，来符合社会的一个期待。所以我们应该时时刻刻受到我们的公民以及媒体以及我们社群人士的检视监督。我想这些监督确实是可以促进我们国会的良性发展。那而运用网络的科技，我想这个是可以相当程度的帮助我们国会议员的问政透明化，让我们的公民能够很快速、很简便的了解我们每位立委的问政内容，而大大促成开放国会的实践。我以我个人为例我在每次的开会后，我都会请我的助理协助我将我问政的一个过程剪辑出重点然后我们利用 FB、Line、IG、YouTube、Watch 等网络平台，我们广为去传播，让我们的选民让我们的公民呢，都可以知道我们在国会中所做的努力我想在我们台湾有很多的国会的监督单位，像今天的主办单位我们公民国会监督联盟还有口袋国会 以及民间的国会观察基金会等等。那我们都知道这些组织啊，它会定期的对国会议员的表现做出评鉴每一个会期都会做出评鉴那当然关于其中的评鉴的方式、内容，大家都会有所讨论但是我想整个这些公民团体、监督团体也在不断的做检讨以及精进那身为国会议员，我们也深刻了解到有这些长期对国会关注的组织啊，一直在检视监督我们国会议员的表现就诚如刚才我们院长讲的我们尤院长讲的，会对我们国会议员产生一定的鞭策作用。刚才院长讲的更可怕一点，他说会害怕其实是会真的会让我们产生一个激励鞭策的一个作用那我也不讳言政党和公民监督团体的互信基础，往往会影响到评鉴的效果但我个人还是肯定国会应受到监督。那我个人也愿意在最大的程度上，尽量与我们公民监督团体来合作，提供资讯，以满足我们民众的需求，让我们的国会更透明化。那另外，针对国会监督，可以分享哪些经验、教训还是建议？我个人认为公民监督团体长期推动的改革例如国会议员应揭露你的亲属任用以及兼职的情形，这些事项呢，我觉得应该某方面可以作为立法院的参考我们立法院呢，应该可以比照而将这些事项列入我们的治理公约，在每个会期报道的同时，每一位立委都要来填具，交由立法院来存查。我想这个都是我们公民监督联盟长期推动，让我们得到的一个启发此外，国会问政透明化，我想我们整个国会已经摆脱不少过去对国会的所谓黑箱作业的质疑还有我前面提到的，所有政策形成的过程，立法委员在立法院的发言，不仅有影像，也有文字记录，确实可以发挥防止拥有权力者利用职权进行私相授受或利益交换的一个作用。还有就是我们立法委员在国会的任何表现，也会受到我们的民众、我们公民这个立即的一个反馈对这个你的表现是支持或者反对，我想这些意见都会有。但就我个人而言我想我们就会作为鞭策自己的一个作用。那在国会的表现上面，如果某些委员的发言，我们觉得说太激进的话，我们自己可以作为参考，适度的做出修正。最后，我想我还是要非常感谢今天的主办单位也希望透过这样子的一个国会的一个交流，我们互相对谈、互相学习不断进步让开放国会成为民主制度的一个基石谢谢。
Thank you so much, Honorable Lin, for those remarks. I'm glad that you brought up the point of social media. I think that's going to be something we'll have some more conversations about these 2 days, as well as the feedback loop mechanism that you use to inform your decision-making, which is great. And also referencing the role of the parliamentary monitoring organizations, which is going to be a perfect segue to the conversations we have in the next session with some PMO representatives. So thank you for sharing those thoughts. I've been getting some notes passed to me. I don't know if we have time for a question or two, or I've also seen some signs up on the timing. 2 questions, perhaps? All right, that's great. So before our coffee break, we're going to be able to take maybe 2 questions from the audience. If anybody wanted to pose a question to one of our MP panelists. I'll wait a minute to see if anyone raises their hand. If not, I'll assume that people would like some coffee and a more informal chat. Oh, I see a hand over here, I think. So a brief question, please, and posed to one or more of the panelists. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lumina. I'm from the Open Parliament Indonesia Initiative, and I think I would like to ask questions from our MPs in Taiwan about balancing security and transparency. How do we change the paradigm? Because I see like Asian countries are very much sensitive on the issue of transparency and openness, and I think Taiwan is one of the few of those who has taken that courage and steps towards more democratic and openness, especially in the government and parliament. So what are the strategies or the steps to take, the initial step to take to that in the high level area and also in a more operational sense? And also how could we build more political will in building that mindset of transparency and openness?
Thank you so much for that question. We'll see if there's one more question before we turn it over to our MPs. Okay. I see one hand back there, and then we'll give the MPs a chance to respond.
我是谢东儒啊，哈，我想提问，那个刚刚罗立伟所提的关心，那我思考的是说，如果越开放的讨论，公民的成熟度越高，然后独立思辨的能力越高，是不是就可以避免你刚刚所提到的一些可能的挑战？因为你社会越是能够 open， 然后你国会越是 open， 其实事实上国民的成熟度如果越高，是照道理就不至于需要去害怕那样的挑战。以上，谢谢。
That's a great question, too. Thank you so much. So I hear two questions for our host legislators, I think, on the question of the relationship between national security and transparency, which I think was something that Honorable Loh addressed in part earlier. And then also, how do you help to raise civic understanding, information, such that the society is more resilient to different forms of influence or disinformation? If either of you would like to respond?
I think these two questions are interrelated in some way. In terms of raising or increasing people's media literacy, I think that's one way to deal with that kind of disinformation, false information campaign. But that cannot solve all the problems we are facing. So that's one way to deal with the challenges. But as you know, that China has become more sophisticated and subtle in influencing the public discourse on all kinds of issues. Okay, so that's one way to do with it, but we had to find other ways to deal with it. And in terms of national security versus democracy or transparency, I think Taiwan is a country of the rule of law. So legislation is very important. When we talk about how to deal with strike a balance between the two, everything has to do with the role of the legislature. In other words, even if you want to control or monitor or manage the social media, you have to pass a law. So rule of law is very important. Previously, some people in our legislature want to introduce this so-called digital neutrality law, try to, I wouldn't say monitor, to regulate, manage the cyberspace, social media, but it caused backfire because people worship the values of freedom of press, freedom of expression, and so on. But the thing is, the challenge we are facing now is that China or the PRC also is engaging in these kind of debates inside our society. So I don't have easy answer to all those questions, but I just want to pose the challenge and pose the question to all of us, because what happens in Taiwan will be happening in other countries as well. So Taiwan is just standing on the front line And China is using Taiwan as a test place to test how they can, the authoritarian regime, how they can influence the democracy or the functioning of democracy in a country like Taiwan, which they will face less of lower cultural language barriers. But when they can also use that kind of experiences to target other countries as well. So we are hopeful that our experiences can be shared with other countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lo. Honorable Lin, would you like to respond as well?
好，谢谢。我想这个就关于刚才这位女士的提问哦，就是说在治安哦、资讯安全跟国会开放这一部分，我们要如何取得平衡哦？其实我赞同刚才罗志正委员讲的，其实我们就是说，因为以现在我们中华民国立法院为例哦，我们现在对于整个资讯的安全哦。立法院也积极有在做改善跟布局哦。我们觉得治安不仅是在立法院，不仅在国会，在政府各个部门哦，都非常的重要哦。那当然，我们如何去确保说这个我们要开放国会，然后我们的资讯安全，资讯又要安全哦。我想这个就是要在法制面，透过法制去规范什么样的资讯是可以公开透明的。什么样的我们应该要去保密？我想这个都要有法制面来作为一个规范哦，才可以取得平衡。所以我想这个部分未来在我们国会我们立法委员都会去跟所有的包含我们的公民团体我们大家就是一起来合作，来建立这个安全网，让我们的国会又可以开放，让我们不该揭露的一些事项也不会去散布出去。以上，谢谢。
Thank you so much, Honorable. I really want to thank our five panelists today for sharing the experiences from their respective parliaments, again, on that double role that I referenced, which is both how to open the parliament to citizens, how to be transparent in terms of their own procedures, as well as how to legislate and what types of reforms are necessary so that the larger society is also consistent with that openness and transparency. And I love also that we got into some very nuanced and complex discussions really that take into account the complex global context and how the role the openness can play in terms of bolstering defense against different types of malign influences. So thank you very much again for the panelists. It's a great start to what I'm sure is going to be a very fruitful 2 days of discussion. Thank you so much.
We take good photo. And I will take this chance to make some announcement. We are already behind our schedule a little bit. So the next session will begin in 11:05. So please make sure you come back to your seat at 11:05. And we also have some coffee and some refreshment outside. So feel free to go outside to grab some coffee back to your seat. Thank you very much. Sorry guys, we need to change the setting here. sorry.
Are you again today? I have to go back for the book because I need your signature. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. Wow. Careful. 穿黑色西装那一个。对，我等下介绍你。 Distinguished guests, the next session will begin now, so please go back to your seat. 各位贵宾，我们下一个场次即将开始，所以请拿好咖啡跟茶点，回到您的座位。场外的工作人员，麻烦帮我引导贵宾回到自己的座位。 The next session is about to begin, so please go back to your seats.麦克风的人要怎么？你有没有碰到麦克风？对。Delay. Yeah. 在忙吗？
不忙。
场外如果有人就可以请他开始进来。或者是场外如果有工作人员，就请大家一起做。Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. No, but it's gonna be fine. And congratulations for everything. It's coming. It's great up to now.
Thank you for the. Oh, it's been busy for many
I
months.
can't. Well, because I can't imagine how like demanding and stressful it can be to organize an event like this with people coming from all over the world, arranging their accommodation. And the transportation, everything.
Yes,
so
yes.
But
everything is fine.
Yes.
Yes.
I once this forum is over, you're probably going to sleep for a week to recover all the energy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right.
老师，下一场是你主持吗？没有了，我。
对，老师可以先上去。Go upstairs first. 请工作人员帮忙引导贵宾开始就座。Yeah. 对，就可以。麦克风在您讲台的。
Oh, this is very comfortable.
It's a very nice panel.
Very comfortable.
Yes, sofa.
Yeah.
All right. It's too personal. I mean, try not to many words that are so high.
For the PPT, shall I say next slide, please? Or?
We still have problems. I mean,
what happened before?
I think to be more direct.
That's right.
Everything.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm not a good politician.
Oh, thank you so much.
Violet. 老师你好，就可以直接就开始，大家就会慢慢会做。
break off also. Nice to meet you.
好，那我们第2场次即将开始，那我们欢迎公都盟的曾建元理事长为我们担任这一场的主持人。那把时间交给曾理事长。
好，谢谢大家来参与我们今天的国际论坛。那我们第2个场次公民社会观点、国会监督成就与趋势那我们现在就要开始了。那我是公都盟的理事长曾建元。那我们知道各国的国会的体制都不一样那存在不同的习惯和经验。那多年来的运作经验呢，逐渐形成了一套生态的系统。一般的民众如果想要及时的关心或参与国会的运作将会面对非常多的挑战。那么不仅各种专有名词以及复杂的会议程序使民众难以理解，同时上百名跟数百名的国会议员每天所产生的新的言论跟议题呢，也是一般大众难以负荷的这个资讯。所以呢，对于一般大众来说那么即使国会呢试图降低资讯取得的门槛，但资讯的转译跟理解仍然存在着不小的落差。因此，国会监督团体作为长期关心国会运作与立法动态的团体呢，就扮演了降低民众取得国会运作现况、立法动态以及国会议员表现等资讯门槛的重要角色。同时，对于部分国会存在的这个陋习呢，国会监督团体呢也可以适时的提出改善的建议，促进国会朝向公开、透明、有效能的方向来改善。那我们这个场次呢非常荣幸能够邀请到全球4大洲的监督国会团体，那他们是分别来自英国、非洲、拉丁美洲及台湾的监督团体来分享他们过去在监督个别国家及区域国会上的经验。那么特别是在过去3年在COVID-19 这疫情下的成就以及未来可能面对的挑战。那容我跟各位来介绍一下我们今天我们这个场次的这个与谈者那我们也有2位呢他在线上来跟我们参与Let me introduce our panelists. The first is Juan Cral from Argentina. 他是来自阿根廷的这个团体的这个成员。那他是这个阿根廷的团体directorial legislative 的公民跟政府计划的经理那我们再一位是在线上参与的Sarah Castle 那他是他会在线上来跟我们参与我们的活动那他因故没有办法到我们的会场那再来是来自非洲加纳的Sami Orban 那么他是非洲议会网络的执行长那我们也非常感谢他那我们在座的有科索沃民主研究所的进化经理跟资深研究员Violeta Hasholly 非常感谢welcome 那么我们最后一位的发言者是公都盟的前任理事长吴坤斗教授他是台湾民传大学公共事务与行政系的副教授兼系主任那我们每人就是发言的时间我们限定在8分钟everyone only 8 minutes to present 好，那我们现在就先请Mr. Juan Cral please.
Hello everyone, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's my first time speaking in front of so many people. Well, I'm glad to bring to this conference the experiences, achievement, and trends in parliamentary monitoring in Latin America. I would like to first, next slide please, give a very brief introduction of Directorio Legislativo, which is the PMO workout. Next slide please. Directorio Legislativo was founded in 2008 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and luckily, as the organization kept growing throughout the years, we opened a small office in Washington, D.C. Its primary mission is to foster and to promote access to public information and accountability in order to achieve more responsive and accountable governments and parliaments in Latin America and the Caribbean, and increasingly in other parts of the world as well. Director Legislativo is a founding member and current coordinator of the Latin American Network for Legislative Transparency. It's a huge network of over 30 PMOs of around 15 countries in Latin America, which was founded in 2011. And DL is also a founding member of the Open Parliament e-network, which, like NDI, WFD, and other partners organizations are also member of this open group. Next slide, please. I'm pretty much aware of the time, so I'll try to be brief and concrete. Now I would like to share some parliamentary monitoring activities that we do in Latin America. I'm also looking forward to listening to other colleagues. Perhaps the main activity that we do, and this is actually what gave name to the organization, it was what is called the Directory of Legislators, and you can see the photos over there. These are books and an online platform as well that contains information of legislators from several countries. Initially, it started in Argentina back in 2000, and as the organization kept growing as well, we started doing this book and this platform in other countries of Latin America. In Mexico since 2018, and in Colombia since 2019. And we've produced this in some provinces of Argentina as well. These sort of books and platforms are updated depending on the country, 2 years or 4 years, and the idea is that it contains basic information of each legislator, such as like date of birth, where they were born, and of course, professional activity and the committees and the initiatives that they have worked on while being on office. Because since this initiative started, there was quite a lack of information of this sort of data. Luckily, as years went by, this sort of information has become much more available, but the idea of this book is that it remains as a reliable source in one single place of all this sort of information, such as salary as well, which in many countries is pretty difficult, at least in Latin America, to access to. Then we work on creating and implementing methodological tools to measure transparency and to suggest potential recommendations to Congress in order to improve in this aspect. The key initiative in this regard is what is called the Latin American Index for Legislative Transparency, which is applied at the Latin American level, and we do so every 2 years. And I have some success stories to share. And we also are working with the Interparliamentary Union on the standards for democratic parliaments. Next slide, please. Other two activities that we do has to do with like real-time monitoring of parliamentary activities in 22 countries in Latin America, with a special focus on bills regarding civic space, because some of the previous colleagues have shared. Lots of countries, or a lot of people are living under autocratic countries, and it's important to really be aware of how the civil society is doing there and how to address those sort of challenges. And we do so by creating, apart from monitoring this sort of initiatives, how they progress in Congress, through noticing CSOs in those countries that are affected, and also by doing a newsletter. And lastly, we also produce like knowledge products that has to do or that are about activities in Congress, number of sessions, what laws are being discussed, in order to put in one single piece of like information what the Congress is doing, and to this releases to the public, and to show that in many cases Congress do work, perhaps a bit different to what sometimes the media or the public has this perception that legislators aren't doing nothing, at least in Latin America. Next slide, please. And then a few success stories with, for example, this Latin American Index that has been implemented in many occasions in several countries in the region. Something very interesting that is pretty recent, from a few months ago. we also measured this index in subnational legislatures in the case of Argentina. And there is a province in Argentina which is called Córdoba. We measured that index, and through the questions and indicators that are inside that index, we discussed with the legislature the possibility of producing an open parliament plan for that legislator to work on the recommendations that were provided in the report. And that actually happened, so it was like a nice way to see that what we do as civil society has an impact, and it's, and this important idea of always being or having the backing of the legislator. Otherwise, it's pretty difficult to really put into practice what the CSOs might suggest. Then the other two, like availability of data and platform for public participation, has to do with other recommendations that we and other organizations as well in Latin America have provided Congresses in terms of like enabling and making data or information available in open data formats, especially what has to do with use of financial resources that also in many occasions are pretty difficult to understand for the general public. And also platforms for public participations to put comments on bills that are under discussion, to being able to attend committees where possible. The second has to do with this directory of legislators that I mentioned before. This methodology, as it has been successful in Argentina and Mexico and in Colombia, we're about to do it in Bolivia as well for the first time with a local ally, and that is also always very important. Us being an organization based in Argentina but with regional work, it's always fundamental to rely on a local ally to really put into practice a measure and to have that like legitimacy. And the third one has to do with like strengthening parliamentary offices in the Argentine Congress, which has proven to be pretty successful. Always with this idea of fostering evidence-based legislation with knowledge of CSOs, but also with what can be provided by several groups of legislators. And the next one, please. And just, I think I'm okay with time. Yeah. Well, present and future challenges, at least what we're seeing in Argentina and in other countries of Latin America. First one has to do with reinforcing and improving the tools that we already have, such as the index, such as these reports that we do containing information about legislative activity. To make, we have to be sure that these tools are really up to date with what's happening in Congress. For example, in the case of the index, this is a measure that we've been doing or implementing for the past 10 years. And Congresses 10 years ago are not the same as Congresses today. So it's always important to being able to update what we measure in the index so it's adapted to the local or to the new reality. For example, the index nowadays places much more importance on citizen participation initiatives with this idea of being an open parliament. And also, apart from that, being aware and doing like initiatives that, or making that information that we produce easy to understand to the general public, apart from all these products and this index, which at the beginning is pretty much confusing. 1 minute, please. Then consolidating PMOs and CSOs in general, thematic CSOs, as key allies of legislators and staffers, because we have a lot of knowledge and experiences to share and to foster the knowledge, the evidence-based policy making. And lastly, something that we're doing now, and they're actually all pretty much related, like enhancing global and regional networking among CSOs and PMOs and other actors as well to advocate for open parliament reforms and also to be aware of how we can address democratic backlashes in well, many regions in the world. So yes, that would be my presentation. I'm open to questions, and thank you so much for being here.
谢谢，很不好意思打扰你的打断，没办法让你畅所欲言哈，因为我们时间非常有限。但是我们从刚才他的发言当中发现，这个阿根廷的国会监督团体啊，在国内或者在拉丁美洲啊，相当的活跃哈。那我想这个部分呢，也是未来我们亚洲哈，或者我们台湾的监督团体 想跟他们请益的地方啊。那我们接下来邀请的是Miss Sarah Castell 啊OK online 好 OK only 8 minutes please.
I'm going to share some slides if that's okay. Hopefully you can all see that. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sarah from Involve in the UK. So I'm joining you from the UK now. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Involve is the UK's public participation charity. So we're not a parliamentary monitoring organisation only. We're practitioners for processes which are deliberative, which help overcome some of the barriers between parliaments and people. And we think some of our processes are one way, a key to opening up Parliament and government to greater public accountability. So we work for government in the UK, for Parliament, the select committees of the Houses of Parliament, for the Scottish Government and for other academic and third sector organisations. And we also work in open government in the UK, helping to develop the open government agreement between civil society and government. So we see that our processes help decision makers and help institutions more broadly, and also help our democratic system in general. So I'm going to talk today about some examples of what we've been doing. Often in the UK we are very proud of our democracy, but actually we really know that there are a lot of ways that we need to improve it right now. Democracy in the UK needs broader and deeper ways for people to be part of decisions that affect their lives. So half of people in the UK feel they have no influence over decision making, which sounds strange considering how strong our institutions should be. We see a loss of trust in the democratic process. We see lower voter turnout, fewer people becoming members of social institutions, and some of these challenges of authoritarianism and autocracy slightly starting to come in as well in the UK. I think we only have 35% of people now saying that they trust the national government, and it's about the same for Parliament, so it's not just political, it's our parliamentary institutions too. And we think at Involve that lack of participation in decision making is one of the things that leads to low trust, and this leads to then low performance of government, low accountability, and low efficiency as well, because policies just don't work so well when people are not involved in creating them and maintaining them. So we think that the cycle needs to be broken and rebuild public trust in the efficacy of politics and parliament and government. So there are lots of remedies, there are lots of ways to address this, but the way that we use is deliberative public engagement. There are several things we think it can do, and I'm going to talk about some of them now. They are these 4 things: delivering better informed policies on issues which are more complex, taking some issues which are political and where there is a deadlock, where there is a moral question with 2 sides not agreeing, and unblocking those. Giving a feedback loop between decision makers and the public so that everyone can hear each other's opinions and feedback. And this also increases public trust in political decisions. So on this first question about informing policies, making policies better, we know that the OECD carried out big studies on the deliberative way, looking at the data that's available for deliberative processes internationally. And what we see is mostly when these processes are used, 3/4 of them, more than 3/4, see that the public authorities implement over half of the recommendations. So lots implement all of them, 36% implement all of them. So these are processes which are leading to recommendations that work, that are things that governments and parliaments can start to bring in. The other side of it, another question is that when there is a moral question that can be particularly challenging, and where elected representatives and politicians don't want to choose one side because they know that the public is divided, public deliberation can help identify a way forward. So you start to see things changing which have been the same for a long time. And a good example of that is in very complex moral question, and lots of people have opposing views. It brings in culture, religion, all sorts of things. So the success here is not to pass the legislation or to choose one route over another, but to find a way forward that everybody can live with, and to allow then legislation and government to proceed in a situation where it's very complex and they couldn't reach an agreement. And actually now the government in the UK and Parliament in the UK is thinking, oh, maybe we should use the citizens' jury approach to think about the issue in the wider UK context as well. Another very useful benefit of deliberative work, another achievement of deliberative work in terms of holding Parliament and government to account, is that it provides a really long-term feedback loop. So if you bring a deliberative process into government or into your rhythm of government, then you can get an ongoing feedback loop with a very pragmatic group of citizens. So the example here is the citizens' assemblies that are running in Scotland at the moment. The Scottish government has said we're going to do a citizens' assembly every year and 2 years on different issues. And the most recent one was the Climate Assembly. That built on the Climate Assembly UK, which we ran for select committees of the Houses of Parliament. And it was a process that was internationally commended, that the members had 81 recommendations and 60 of them were either taken forward or implemented by government. And the good thing is that the government went back to the members and told them what they had done. The members then responded formally to government. So there is a cycle of response and presentation, which helps the decisions be held to account. It helps the assembly to be embedded in the government structure. And another benefit, I think, of deliberative approaches is that once you've done them, they then increase public trust simply by people knowing that they've been done. Even if they don't agree with your recommendations or they were not part of it themselves, if a member of the public knows that people like them have been part of making that policy decision, then evidence shows they're more likely to support the decision. So it helps to create more cohesion, it helps to create that sense of transparency about the way the decision is made. But of course that only works if they know that a citizens' assembly or a process like this is taking place. If they don't know it happened, then they don't get the benefit. So it has to go along with some strong communication. And an example here, of course, is one of the most famous citizens' assemblies that's been carried out, the one on abortion in Ireland, where there's been a lot of studies over the effect of this assembly in the democratic system in Ireland. And what we found is that knowledge of the citizens' assembly made people more likely to vote yes in the referendum that followed. So a citizens' assembly took place into the rules around abortion, and those that knew that the assembly had taken place were more likely to vote in the same direction as the assembly. So I think that's another way in which these processes can create cohesion on quite a high level. And I'll finish in a second, but just to say that these are not approaches that, well, Involved does not recommend these approaches instead of representative politics. We're not saying that we should replace our politics or our government or our parliamentary processes with deliberative approaches. We think that there are lots of ways that people in the UK can speak to their members of parliament, can speak to decision makers and work with them. So MPs, members of parliament's constituency surgeries, where they hear from people in their constituencies, are very important. They're an important way to understand how people are living their lives and what they're struggling with. And when you talk to politicians and parliamentarians, sometimes they'll say, well, we know what people say because they come to us and they tell us. But of course, the people who come to their MP may be people who have a lot of trouble or a problem, or they may be local activists, so they're not a representative group of the public engaging in issues between the elections. Another challenge that we hear is that, are we saying that these deliberative processes involving the public should be binding on the decision makers? Are we taking away the choice of those who have been elected to make decisions? And that's not true. When you ask participants in deliberative assemblies, should the results of this one vote, then 4 years, you do what you like. There's lots of space in that process for more nuanced and complex ways to make decisions and ways to hold the decision makers to account. And that's what we're arguing for. So I'm just going to finish as well by sounding a note of caution too, that deliberative processes can be the wrong choice as well. Sometimes if a commissioner, if Parliament or government wants to create a public support for an outcome that they want, so if they say this is the public, this is where we want to get to, where we involve the public to help support that, then that's not done in good faith, that doesn't work. And if you don't intend to consider the members' recommendation, if you have asked people to deliberate on something where they really have no choice, no scope for that action, then that's a problem. If you give them a very broad question or a question that's not clear, or a question that's too small and too detailed, then the process doesn't work. And another space for, I think, different sorts of engagement, not deliberative engagement, is where you have one group in the public who are more effective. Structural, institutional and constitutional change. And this is a statement, I'm going to leave you with a statement from our Citizens Assembly in Democracy in the UK that we ran last year, which was their fifth recommendation, that the Assembly said we really should be using deliberative processes on divisive issues that are important to people. And then the processes should be widely published and scrutinised so that they become trusted by the public and politicians. We'd like to see them a normal part of democracy in the 21st century. So thank you. I'll finish there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Very sorry to interrupt your presentation. And the next one is from 加纳非洲的Semi please present.
All right. Thank you so very much. Good morning to all of you. Happy to be able to join you for this opportunity. Thank you for the forum. This is the Accra, Ghana. Our great context. Accra, Ghana, is based by African Union.
好，谢谢，好，谢谢 Sammy Open 的发言啊。那刚刚 Sarah 是民主的先进国家的一个经验哈。那但是我们也非常惊讶的看到非洲在这个国会监督这方面他们一个跨国集体的这方面的努力我想这方面也非常值得我们去学习哈。那我们接下来邀请Violeta Miss Violeta Hasholly please.
I don't know if it's okay if you can hear me. I'm Violeta Hasholly from Kosovo, and it is a great pleasure to be here today with all of you to share the experience of monitoring of Parliament in Kosovo, to share the perspective of civil society from there, and also to share experiences and practices with all of you today that are bringing your experiences in the parliamentary monitoring from your own countries. Before I begin with the topic that this session is about, I want to explain a bit and tell you more about the context in which we are operating. As you know, Kosovo is a new country, and all the practices that we have there in terms of parliament and governance are new, and Kosovo has built them after the war, and it has done a tremendous progress in building democratic institutions, and this was helped a lot and assisted by international community, international organizations, but also civil society in general. And now we can proudly say that Kosovo is one of the most vibrant democracies in the region, and it has really progressed a lot in building its democracy and democratic institutions and democratic practices. And in these terms also the parliament and parliamentary practices have progressed a lot, mostly also by international recommendation and also European Union standards, which have been a guideline for Kosovo to progress in these practices. Now the NGO where I work, Kosovo Democratic Institute, is among the oldest NGOs in Kosovo, and its main focus is really the assembly, the parliament, Kosovo Assembly, but we also have other programs that we are dealing with. Mainly, Kosovo Democratic Institute operates in 4 programs that have to do with topics like, besides Kosovo Assembly, is also political party and elections, also anti-corruption program, because Kosovo Democratic Institute is a branch of Transparency International, so we are basically an office of Transparency International in Kosovo, and we also deal a lot with issues covering anti-corruption, public procurement, and so on. We also covered an important topic in the last 6 years, that is Kosovo-Serbia dialogue. As you might have maybe heard of, Kosovo is in a process of dialogue with Serbia, which is has started in 2011 and still ongoing, and Kosovo Democratic Institute has been monitoring this process closely, by also focusing in strengthening the Kosovo Assembly role in overseeing better this process in order to improve its quality. As you will see throughout the presentation, I also, if anyone can move. Yeah. Next slide, yeah, okay, next slide, please. Yeah, I've inserted some pictures in order to give you a better look on how the Kosovo Assembly looks like. So the first slide, if you can go back at the first slide again, you will see the main room of the Kosovo Assembly. If you go back just the slide before this, yes. So this is the main room of the Kosovo Assembly. Is the room where all the parliamentary sessions happen. I intentionally put this in order to give you an insight of how our institution look like. So this is where the MPs gather, and the Kosovo Democratic Institute, basically we monitor the session either by going to participate directly in this room. We sit behind the desks of the MPs, and we monitor the session closely, or we monitor them online because the sessions are live streamed in national television, and this was a good progress that Kosovo did in terms of transparency and parliamentary openness. So now all the sessions are live streamed online, and all citizens and civil society can see what is happening in the parliamentary session, what kind of discussions are occurring, how the MPs are voting, and all that. So this was a really positive steps in terms of transparency. And that in the next slide after this, you have a chance to see how a committee room looks like. So this is a committee meeting, one of the committees in the Kosovo Assembly. Kosovo Assembly has in total 14 committees, but also it depends if there's a topic that the Assembly will have a focus or will deal with. It will create from time to time also ad hoc committees. So the number of committees changes, but there are like standard 14 committees. And as you can see, the MPs are seated on the table, around the table, and then civil society is seated behind the MPs there in the left row. So we have the chance to monitor all committee meetings very closely. The committee meetings are open unless there are some sensitive topics that they discuss, then they can decide to close it for the media and the public, but they are mainly open, and we have the chance to participate and get information on what is being discussed. Kosovo Democratic Institute now for over a decade monitors the Kosovo Assembly closely. We have a team of observers that we send to the sessions and to the committee meetings in order to follow closely what is happening. So this is part of our component on monitoring the Kosovo Assembly. But besides this, we have also the component of strengthening the capacities of the Kosovo Assembly in order to strengthen the oversight role of the Assembly. So besides monitoring the Assembly, we also work a lot on capacity building. And we have done this in the past few years by offering the MPs parliamentary research in order for them to be better informed and have all the information necessary before they take decisions in certain piece of legislation or whatever they are discussing. One of the main components on the observing process is our electronic platform that you will see in the next slides. So in order to have to make the Kosovo Assembly more open to the public and for the public to see what is happening in the Kosovo Assembly, we designed the platform, the so-called My Vote platform, which is online and it's updated with information every day. If you can go further with the slides, I have inserted some pictures of how My Vote platform looks like, so you can have an idea of, yes. So the purpose of My Vote platform was to advance parliamentary accountability, representation, and transparency of the elected to the voters, and to offer a new practice of communication between citizens and MPs. So the My Vote platform has two main components. Besides, we present all the data on what is happening in the parliamentary sessions and committees. We also offered for the public a special section in the My Vote platform, which is Ask the MP, where the citizens can directly write questions to the MPs in the issues that they want to get response from, and the MPs will respond to the citizens accordingly. In the next slide, you will see this is how My Vote, one of the features of My Vote platform. So we have the list of MPs, the laws that are being discussed and passed in Kosovo Assembly, the hearings or the sessions, how we call them, then parliamentary committees, Ask the MP, trips of MPs, assembly expenses, and also a special model about Kosovo-Serbia dialogue. And also we have a voting calculator, which is kind of an online survey where citizens can go through, and then they will see how a specific MP have voted for a specific legislation, and they can see the similarity of which MP they are more similar with in terms of how they have voted for a specific legislation. So it's called a voting calculator, and it shows when you enter there and do the survey, then it generates that data. In the next slide, you will see here, for example, graphically how we present the legislative agenda. And here is how many laws have been adopted, how many are in the procedure, how many are pending, so people can see this every day when they access the platform. But the platform is free of charge, is public, and it's visited by around 50,000 people so far. It has reached a lot of people. We update it regularly with information. In the next slide, you will see other features of the platform. Here are the number of meeting of committees, different committees, what they are doing and how many times are they meeting, and so on and so forth. Besides this, beside the My Vote platform, which is in the component of monitoring the Kosovo Assembly, we also, through the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue model, which is presented in the platform, we also wanted to strengthen the oversight role of the Assembly in this process in terms of giving the Kosovo Assembly a stronger role in foreign policy. And we did, cooperating with many MPs from all political parties. It's worth mentioning the Kosovo Democratic Institute has a great relationship with all MPs from all the parties, and MPs are very willing to cooperate with civil society and move processes forward. And the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue has been one of those processes where we have organized several meetings between MPs and citizens of all municipalities in Kosovo. So what we did is we brought the MPs back to the citizens in order for them to communicate directly for this topic and see what are their concerns and questions that the citizens might have for the MPs. Besides this, we also took the MPs to site visits. The agreements that were being achieved in the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, we wanted the MPs to see closely how they were being implemented in the field. So these have been the main component. If I'm not out of the time, I would just like to mention a few things. I don't know how. I finished. Okay, I will wrap up quick. So besides this, we also do regularly public calls, press releases, also evaluation report on the Assembly performance and infographics that presents regularly the work of the Kosovo Assembly. Thank you so much.
谢谢瓦雷塔哈。科索沃是一个新兴的民主国家，那可是我们也看到说，他们的这个民主跟这个国会监督啊，其实也是善用了现在的科技，然后呢也非常的这个活跃哈。那么这一次哈，科索沃来了非常多的这个代表哈，这个议员跟专家学者啊来参加我们的会议哈。 非常谢谢他们。然后最后呢，我们就邀请公东盟的前任的理事长吴坤鲁教授来做最后的发言。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢理事长啊。Thank you, Chair, and good morning, or I should say good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to have this opportunity to present Citizen Congress Watch's view and achievements for such a distinguished audience today. And because I'm the last person to speak before lunch, I think I'll focus on the most important point. Thank God we got host field of advantage here. So after the session, I think many of our co-workers can deliver more information for audience here. Okay, and why is the CCW so important? And it become the most mature PMO in Taiwan during the regime transition period. Our pioneer co-workers did many jobs, so it becomes so important. Because the power of Taiwan's only Congress, the legislative yuan, is of crucial significance. However, the performance of this Congress is restrained by poor lawmaking quality, delivery of unjust interest or even corruption, and most of all, vicious partisan and even polarized rivalry for a long time. And furthermore, the mass media in Taiwan is too fragmented to effectively oversee the legislative yuan. That's why Citizen Congress Watch found on April 2007. And CCW is an umbrella non-governmental coalition organization composed of more than 40 member organizations and about 500 allied CSOs in Taiwan. The idea is to oversee the Congress, to promote congressional reform, to clean out the incompetent lawmakers, and to improve Congress culture. To achieve the goals, CCW has been making legislators' evaluation reports and do Congress oversight forums, initiate press conference, seminar, visiting, and even demonstration in the street. And we train volunteers, train liaison personnel, and inter-students. With all these efforts, CCW hopes to more strong public opinion to urge the legislative yuan toward the 5 purposes you see on the slide. To serving public welfare, transparency, effectiveness, civilization, and integrity. Many people used to love us, saying we like dogs bark beside the train. Every effort in vain. However, after 16 years hard working, we have impaired most legislators, became more and more competent in doing their jobs. And the legislative yuan itself refreshed her image. Since we believe that only with a normal Congress, there will be a normal country. So the reform process is still ongoing. Next slide, please. How we do it? We conduct the evaluation of lawmakers every 6 months, in keeping with the legislative yuan session cycles, and disclosing report to the public. The report will include a list of excellent lawmakers, as well as a watch list, naming those who perform poorly. Since our inception, we have conducted 30 evaluation reports and contributed to raising the level of alertness among the lawmakers about their own performances. There are both initial evaluation and review evaluations conducted. And next slide, please. The initial evaluation are carried out by CCW staff, voluntary jurors, and 5 teams of experts. The staff will do detailed and concise records to result into a quantitative database. And the members of the 5 teams of experts include lawyers, accountants, directors, professors, doctors, journalists, and more representatives from CSO, from our civil society. We have basic performance review team, a bill review team, a budget bill review team, a behavior review team, and a party caucus representative review team. Next slide, please. So all these scholars, experts, and representatives of the civil society make our assessment matter to the reality and ensure that all voices are included. Furthermore, with the IVOD system, I mean the Internet multimedia video on demand system of the legislative yuan procedures, all public can participate in the review procedure. Any volunteer civil jurors can examine lawmakers' performance in sessions, then fill in questionnaire to score legislators. In each evaluation, CCW mobilizes IVOD evaluation around the country and invite participants. An online viewer could each time evaluate 5 lawmakers at any place. And up to now, there has been about 20,000 times of participation. Also, there is a review evaluation. The review evaluation involves citizens to collectively finalize list of excellent lawmakers, as well as those on watch. By monitoring and assessing the performance of the legislators, we can support and encourage the lawmakers who are serving the interests of the citizen. Okay, and next slide, please. On the basis of the evaluation, we gave the Excellent Lawmakers Award. Most of the lawmakers who proudly came to attend the ceremony, and many of them are in this conference site. So as for those, next slide, please. As for those on the watch list, they always tend to evade the review by any means possible. Next slide, please. And next one. Okay, and next. And next. And the final list. Yeah. When the election began, the Excellent Lawmakers Award became a powerful stuff on their campaign manner and their advertisements during the campaign period. Through all the efforts, CCW has empowered our lawmakers to shift focus from attending weddings and funerals to back to their essential duties in Congress. Nowadays, most of them change from part-time to full-time lawmakers, and some legislators became more and more competent, more professional in doing their job. Using evaluation as an instrument, CCW has made most of the lawmakers to announce legislator review information without statutory requirement. Next slide, please. And hence help to avoid conflict of interest or to avoid lower conditions of assistant employment. Our major visible advocate achievements are as follows. Next slide, please. We have led counsel among political parties go public on the TV channel. The TV channel of a Congress channel was institutionalized. And nowadays, everybody can use a smartphone or via the TV channel or via cable TV channel to see what's happening in the Congress. And we can, with the system and the help of Legislative Yuan, the amount of seeing via the internet, even abroad, is possible. So the next slide, please. And this slide shows the data graph of attendance and interpellation growth graphic. So it's what I mean that our legislators has changed from part-time to full-time legislators. Our recent major initiatives will be, next slide please. First of all, no delay of national budget deliberation. Sorry, next slide please. This is the data graph of review information growth. But sorry to say that right now it may be downward because some party has boycotted our invitation. Next slide, please. And this is our recent major initiatives. And the first one is no delay of national budget deliberation. It may seem odd to many audience because sometimes our budget deliberation won't finish even to the end of the year. And we push and push, and we urge the Legislative Yuan to do their job by due process of law. That's why President Yu said he is afraid of us this morning. So, and the second one is to establish the due process of hearing and investigatory power by Congress, and more and more. Next slide, please. And this is the press conference and visiting we held these days. Next slide, please. So we're also doing agenda forecast weekly, education promotion, and NGOs parliamentary liaison training workshop, local council watch, and we want to make connectedness to the international partner. Next, please. This is the agenda focus weekly via the YouTube. Next slide, please. And this is the board game we designed and for educational promotion. Next slide, please. And this one is the international exchange activity which we tried to do recently. Next slide. And this is the parliamentary liaison training workshop we held. Next slide, please. And this one is the, next please. Local council watch. We got every county and city group to watch the local council, and we held them to network and to hold a press conference in the capital. Next one. There are 14 counties and cities across Taiwan got a local organization to monitor the local council. Next one, please. The future prospect, we want to make more and more, and in the information revolutionary period, we want to renew our website and in the IVOD system to more friendly, more user-friendly, and can be used for every citizen around this country. And we coordinate with local council watch and to united to get a political reform at the local level. On the other hand, we want we also want to connecting and networking with the PMO in Asia. Yeah, we have seen the Latin American coalition and European coalition and African coalition. There's no Asian coalition now, so we'll do our best to. I think it's the first step today, and a long way to go. And we'll do our best to do this. And you can log on via the QR code here to get more details later. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Sorry, I haven't controlled the time successfully, so we have no enough time to discuss now. But I hope we can have more time to interact at our restaurant. Okay, thank you. Finish this session. Thank you.
So lastly, I think we would like to invite our photographer for the photo just before we close the panel. 可以请摄影师，对。Would you guys like to 要站起来吗？ Would you guys like to stand up for a bit? And also we have our panelists online joining us as well. So thank you guys very much for this really fruitful discussion in the panel. Thank you. And also, just as we are aware, we are a little bit behind our schedule to our lunch. So I would like to request our staff to lead the international guests to our meeting space for lunch. And for the normal participants, you will be able to receive your lunch box outside at the reception. 所以一般参与者，请你们可以用你们的名牌到这个前面的报到处去领取午餐的餐盒。那再提醒一次，有绿色的点点的伙伴是素食的餐盒。那如果你一开始没有报名的时候就没有要求素食餐点的话，麻烦拿一般的餐盒就可以了，谢谢。
请问林奇在会场吗？苏林奇，林奇吗？哎，来找我一下。 各位贵宾，我们的下一个场次会在3分钟后开始，所以可以回到座位。那外面有一些咖啡跟茶点，也可以记得去带点咖啡进来会场。Distinguished guests, the next session will begin in few minutes, so please return to your seat.场外的工作人员，如果有贵宾还在外面的话，麻烦把他引导进会场。好，谢谢。Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests. We are about to begin our next session. So may I invite the session 3, Civil Society Perspective on Parliamentary Transparency and Democratic Resilience in Asia. May I invite Ravio, the moderator, and panelists to come to the stage. Ravio, you can just go ahead.
All right, welcome everyone. I hope everyone has had their lunch. I know that it's always the worst time to resume a session, a conference after lunch because everyone is sleepy and full. But I hope everyone is still is still looking forward to the discussion because we have some very wonderful speakers in our panel of today. So before we start, I'd just like to make sure that everyone joining online is there with us. So for this session, we will have a couple of speakers here. The two of them are Ahmad Hanafi from the Indonesian Parliamentary Center. You can see more about his profile on the conference book that you have on your table. And also Lee Chung-Lun from the Asia Network for Free and Fair Elections. And online, we have E.G. Hara from Manen Yato in Japan. We have Kiran Faras from the Free and Fair Election Network in Pakistan. And also, I don't see him yet, but we also have Rohana Hetiarakchi from the Asia Network for Free Elections as well. So my name is Ravio Patra. I am with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. And I work on climate action, women's political leadership, and open parliament. For this session, our focus will be to talk about how civil society is responding to the democratic backsliding, especially in Asia. So we'll draw from the experiences of our speakers, from what they've done in their specific context, and also try to see if there's a red thread, if there's a common issues, common experiences shared between all of these contexts, and see what civil society has done in order to keep Parliament in check and also to keep democracy from backsliding even further. We've seen reports from organizations such as Civicus, the Freedom House, Reporters Without Borders. A lot of different organizations and reports have shown that Asian countries especially have experienced this backsliding, but we also have to note that in a lot of cases, the backsliding has not necessarily risen to the extent that we've seen in other regions in the world. The rise of authoritarianism is there, but we've also been able to somewhat fend off ourselves against the rise of authoritarianism. And this is, of course, thanks to a lot of different actors in play, but these civil society organizations that we are going to hear from today are some of the key actors that we definitely could learn a lot from. So without further ado, each of our speakers in this session will have 7 minutes to present their initial remarks, and then we'll continue with a 30-minute Q&A session. So please do listen to their presentation and ask questions later so that we have more of a vibrant discussion. I'll go to Ahmad Hanafi first, who will speak to how civil society in Indonesia has worked in monitoring Parliament and advancing openness and transparency through the Open Parliament Initiative. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Rafael. Good evening. I will start with we talk about democracy in Indonesia, and then we talk about open parliament in Indonesia. In the last years, in the last 3 or 4 years in Indonesia, we face many challenges on democratic processes, especially on political participation and also on transparency. A lot of big political party in Indonesia make big alliance, and they make the small party in parliament do not have substantial influence in the policy-making processes. The process of monopoly of power is demonstrated by the formation of large coalition, which has the consequence of a minimal process of check balances in parliament, and so they are in legislation process. We have many of notes, many of monitoring notes that in the capital law, in the anti-corruption law process was passed during the Lamdak session without an open and participatory processes. This approval has consequences serious in the overall cost of the corruption in law enforcement process. And we also know that the job creation law, the legislation on also the job creation law, so the arbitrariness of the collaboration of the executive and legislative powers. And they lack transparency, and when public wants to access the bill of law and want to participate, they don't have access because the parliament and the executive alliance, especially big political party alliance, they don't give the access to the public on the process of legislation in job creation law. And we also have the processes that the civil society is, the shrinking space of civil society is very, very tight. we have a number of violence against journalists in 2022, about 61 cases, and also we have provision for penalizing demonstration activities and insulting the president in the revision of Criminal Code of Law, which passed in December 2022. I think it's our challenges in Indonesia, especially, and we also have the next slide, please. How Parliament respond in transparency and public participation in Parliament. We have monitoring on transparency and also on public participation. And the result that based on our monitoring, there is the lack of information or especially document for how the bill is debated in Parliament, and also in the process of public participation based on our study performance index, legislative performance index 2021, and the participation process is the lowest index in our Parliament. It's because, next slide please, the transparency challenges, it's because the regulation regarding to the open of meeting in the parliaments is depend on agreement between member of parliament and meeting participant. And the second one, the system of producing information and document in the parliament is still weak. And the third one is conflict of interest during the meeting of legislation process cause the leadership of DPR withhold some information because they have some of interest, some of personal interest or business interest. And in the process of transparency, next slide please, we also have challenges on why public participation is still weak, because the lack of information, I mean, its document of legislation process is very low, and the access is very tight. And the second one is the mean or tool of participation have not answered the need of effective participation in legislation. And the third one is the DPR has been not active how they respond the online public participation in the social media like YouTube, Facebook, or other platform. Regarding to the these challenges, we have positioning on open parliament, that open parliament is one of tools how civil society can engage and can advocate their issues in the parliament through open parliament Indonesia. Next slide, please. So we collaborate with the parliament, and we bring the several CSOs to the parliament about the several issues like on the energy issues, on the political issues and election issues, and other strategic issues. So with this process, and we also just developing the third national action plan, and in the first and second national action plan, we achieve actually 5 legislation information system. Public can track the document of legislation process about one bill. Online information services. Everyone can request the information from DPR online, live streaming channel, website redesign on projects, and discussion forum on legislation that we develop regularly. Next slide. So this is legislation information system and online information system in the DPR. This result from Open Parliament Indonesia. Next slide. So what's PMO rules? I think there is three rules we can recommend it in this forum. The first one is monitoring parliamentary performance. It's still necessary for give input and give feedback how parliament work by public interest. Develop studies and policy proposal for a more transparent, participatory and accountable parliament. And the third one is building connectivity between parliament and people, and also with other GSO that have concern about one issues on other on our basic need issues, human rights issues. They must have connection with parliament to be more engaged. Next slide. So our monitoring was documentation in the openparliament.id. So you can see that in the how parliament work in this platform. So I think thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Hanafi, for staying in the time. I think that point on how you respond to all the restrictions that have been put in place from COVID-19 being used as a justification to limit participation and the use of data is a nice segue into our next speaker, Kiran Faraz, who is joining us from Islamabad, Pakistan. She is unfortunately unable to join us in person, but her work is very impressive because they have worked on utilizing data as well in monitoring parliamentary performance. Kiran, when you're ready, the time is yours.
I'm representing TDF Pakistan.
Yes.
And I will be contributing to the ongoing discussion on civil society perspectives on parliamentary transparency and democratic resilience in Asia. Let me share my presentation. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we can see now. You can go ahead.
Hello. Is it visible now? My presentation is visible?
Sorry, it's disappeared now. Can you share the screen again?
We can see you, but not the presentation.
Oh, okay. Fine.
All right, well, you can go now, Kiran. You have 7 minutes.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, now we can see.
Okay. I will discuss how my organization through parliamentary observation helps in bridging the gap between the people and elected representatives. My organization, PDA, which stands for Trust for Democratic Education and Accountability, is a non-profit organization working in Pakistan since 2008. TDA's mission is to strengthen democratic processes protection of human rights, and capacity of civil society, capacity building of citizens. This we do through the capacity building of citizens and their groups, facilitating them in evidence-based advocacy and organizational development through technical and financial assistance. Basically, TDA implements its program through civil society networks. PAPEN is one of the networks it manages. As a part of parliamentary oversight, the PAPEN pre-election network is the most credible and the first ever networks of civil society network dedicated to strengthening the democracy in Pakistan. PAPEN has been actively engaged in electoral, parliamentary, and governance oversight, research, and reform for almost 2 decades. As a part of parliamentary oversight, we have been observing the National Assembly since 2008. The scope of observation is expanded to Senate and the 4 provincial assemblies in 2011. Just a footnote, Pakistan is a federal parliamentary democracy comprising 4 federating units called provinces. The parliament is a bicameral and each province has elected provincial assemblies. The parliament and the provincial assemblies have non-overlapping legislative space.
Sorry, Kiran, you're still on your first slide. Can you switch to the next slide? Because I think you're speaking to your second slide there.
Now, moving forward, now I will share with you what TDA PAPEN observed inside the parliament. The objective of this observation is to see if the proceeding of each house is as per rules and procedure of each house, whether it reflects the party's manifesto and its responsiveness to the public issues or interests. The table here shows the membership details of 6 houses. We assess the performance of almost 1,191 legislators. Members of the Senate have been elected indirectly, whereas the National Assembly and Provincial Assembly, we elected our members directly. Now we discuss why there is need to observe the Parliament. To contribute to responsive, transparent, and publicly accountable elected representative and legislatures, in order to bridge the communication gap between the constituents and the elected representative, to ensure citizen demands are considered in policy decisions and deliberations, to promptly share the parliamentary decisions with the citizen, to support an objective public discourse and actions on performance of elected representative and legislative bodies contributing to parliamentary reforms. Now, to ensure that public discourse is objective and evidence-based, our parliament observation methodology is well defined and built on 6 major areas of interest. Our trainers fill out a standardized checklist to assess the transparency and accessibility of parliamentary information. We look at whether the representatives are informed about the agenda of the House ahead of time, whether the parliamentary debates and other business is timely uploaded on the official website for public, whether attendance of the representative are available to the public, whether representative are provided with the documents and paperwork that is relevant to a certain agenda item. Then we also look at the level and the quality of participation of elected representatives. This we do through the observation of their attendance of representative, their contribution to the agenda, and their participation in various parliamentary discussions and debates, including on their own submitted agenda. Our observers also document the responsiveness and representation of legislature by assessing the quality of parliamentary interactions on the issues of public importance, includes those of the urgent.
Kiran, can you hear me? You are still on your cover slide. Can someone help you with operating your slides, perhaps?
Yes, someone's okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. I think you're on your third slide just now, talking about the Parliament Watch.
Doing it slowly.
Sorry, Kamari, can we probably display the slides from our computer here and take over at least the display? Kiran, can you hear me? if you can just move to your next slides, because you're still on your cover slide here at the auditorium. All right, yeah, that's great.
Yes, we can.
All right.
Okay.
Now we can see
Now,
where you are. Yeah.
Okay. I will continue from this, okay?
Yes, please do go ahead.
Sorry, actually, I think the slideshow was not working. Observation framework. Is it visible to you? I will start from here.
Yes. Please go ahead, Kiran.
Hello?
You should not hear me? Hi,
Yes,
Kiran.
we can hear you properly.
We can hear you just fine. You can continue.
Can you see the observation framework slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Right now, okay, right now I am explaining the observation framework. Or you want me to start again? Should I start it again?
No, no, no. Please continue. Please continue from where you left off. Kiran. Kiran. I'm sorry, everyone. Kiran, can you continue from your observation framework slide? Because we followed your presentation. It's just that we didn't see the display, but we can share it with everyone later after the session.
Observation methodology is well defined and built on the 6 major areas of interest. Our trained observers fill out this standardized checklist to assess the transparency and accessibility of parliamentary information. We look at whether the representatives are informed about the agenda of the House ahead of the time, whether the parliamentary debates and other business is timely uploaded on the official website for public, and whether the attendance of representatives are available to the public, whether the representatives are provided with the documents and the paperwork that is relevant to the certain agenda item. We also look at the level and the quality of participation of elected representatives. In this, we do through the observation of their attendance of representatives, their contribution to the agenda, and their participation in various parliamentary discussions and the debate, including on their own submitted agenda. Our observer also document the responsiveness and representation of legislature by assessing the quality of parliamentary interjections on the issues of public importance, including the urgent nature. They document the interjections such as the calling attention notice, adjournment motions, other motions, and resolutions. Their timeliness and quality of parliamentary debates are around them. Similarly, we document parliamentary output in terms of the past legislation and the resolutions, as well as the government assurances undertaken and the promises made on the floor of the House. The executive oversight mainly covers the scale of focus for parliamentary questions about the various aspects of government performances and the government's willingness to respond to them. Last but not least, we also see whether the legislators are adhering to the rules and procedures they have been devised for their own conduct. This helps us to assess the neutrality of the House as well as to gauge the level of institutionalization that is important for strengthening of assemblies. Our observer fill out the checklist on the mobile and the web app. The screenshot is on the slide. You can see it with the data management. The data is assessed for the quality and verified before being analyzed into the information packages for public dissemination. Some of the information packages, including the periodical reports such as the daily fact sheet, which also we also publish thematic reports. We also published thematic report recently on International Women's Day. We disseminated a Women Parliamentary Performance Report 2020 to 2023 in order to assess whether the women legislators are able to equally participate in Parliament compared to their male counterparts. We also furnish the MP scorecards periodically for sharing with the legislator as well as with the citizen to make the informed electoral choices. The MP scorecards are based on the actual contribution by the legislator on the agenda during the debates on the floor of the houses. In addition, TDA Parliament is also developing consensus scorecard of MPAs. The performance assessment is based on the perception of group of informed and active citizens about the extra-parliamentary performance of elected representatives. This group may include the lawyers, journalists, human rights activists, trade unionists, and representatives of local interest groups such as the youth organization, religious group, and other civil society organizations. Now, I will share that how we share this information to the citizen. For this, FAFN has developed a web portal comprising of performance of scorecards of around 1,200 legislators, which is available and can be accessed at our website, www.openparliament.pk. Right away, our website is underway due to some audit purposes. We have 3,000 subscribers, where more than 70% are the media persons. Now I will explain how this observation helped the parliamentary transparency. We have seen the improvement in the attendance of each house, timely availability of assembly proceeding on official website, appointment of public information officer in Senate, National Assembly, and KP Assembly under the Right to Information Law, and the live webcasting of Senate proceedings. Thank you. This is how we are bridging the gap between the elected representative and the citizens. And here's some screenshot of our fact sheets, daily fact sheet, which we share on a daily basis as and when the session is held. This is a screenshot of our reports.
All right. Thank you so much, Kiran, for your presentation. And we apologize for the technical disruption there. I think we'll work out with the committee later if we can share the presentation for everyone so that you can reread Kiran's presentation. I think what Kiran displayed there is a smart combination of how data can inform the capacity building initiatives that you can deliver in terms of keeping parliaments in check. But now we're going to switch to Colombo with Mr. Rohana Rihitiarakchi, who is the Secretary General of the Asia Network for Free Elections and also the Executive Director of People Actions for Free and Fair Elections. He has a lot of more experience than perhaps all of us combined on stage here, so we'll be very much looking forward to what he has to share with us. Please, Mr. Rohana, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ravi, and I wish to congratulate and thanks all our colleagues who has organized such an important discussion in the regional level. So I will take 5 to 8 minutes to make my presentation. I know the time is almost past. Let me yeah, okay, good. This is the Sri Lankan Parliament. You can see the middle of the lake, where the preventing of people's coming inside the Parliament. In Sri Lankan context, each and every parliamentarian, and generally 74,000 people are representing each parliamentarian based on our population. So this is the biggest questions which we are facing now. I think this is not only Sri Lanka, even in our all the regional the Asian countries, especially the main question for us now: does our parliamentarians or parliament represent us? So that is which we are facing even in Sri Lanka. That is one of the critical issues. Just to see some of these, at least for their attendance in Sri Lankan Parliament. Now, out of 231 days, the parliamentary, the monthly.uk, the research shows us 121 days we were not able to cover 80%. And 45 days out of these 231 days which the parliament sitting took place during 2020 to 22, 66 days we were not able to cover or at least represent the people in the parliament. So this is very sad situations. At least they are not willing to come to the parliament and discuss the people's issue. So that is one of the area where I wanted to highlight in Sri Lanka, but I know in my experience, this is the same most of the countries. And you look at out of these 10 people, those who have not, those who are absent for more than 50% of the sittings out of these 231 days. So there are 4 people is already ministers at that time. So ministers do not come to the parliament, but just meet, whether they represent us. My reading is many of them represent themselves, not the people. And many of them represent their political parties, not the people. So we have enough experience to say why we are saying that. And many of them represent their inner circle. So that is happening across Asia. So most of the parliamentarians, more specifically in Sri Lanka, they are representing only their inner circle. They are only their small groups of people, but they are not really representing the public. And they are not. If you look at what happened in Sri Lanka now, so I can tell you why I am telling this. What is their main role and function? So as the parliament is our lawmakers, but when it's come to lawmaking or legislations, how they are work on it. So this is one of the real example which I can share with you. We had an amendment called, it started with 17th amendment in 2021, which is bringing more governance into the system. But we have changed again under the 18th amendment. It's completely different, the other side. Then again, the 19th amendment, it was again the completely other side. 20th again, against opposite the governor. And now 21, the constitutional amendment is brought up in certain governors. So there are 23 parliamentarians, including some ministers. They voted all those 5 amendments. Can you imagine? Can you believe the parliamentarians who can vote completely different constitutional amendment or contradict each other, these amendments, and completely opposite side of this amendment they voted for, they voted at the parliament. So this is how they're looking at it. And whether they are managed to bring any policies, even if they come to the government side, we don't have any policies in Sri Lanka, either continuous or strong policies. Time to time, even the ministers change, they change the policies. That is really sad situation here. And also, I'm not going to elaborate because of the time factor, but as a finance manager, because the parliament is the one who really have authority to control the public money, public finance. So what happened after the independence, now almost 100 years now, what happened to Sri Lanka? Now we are in big economic crisis. I think you all know the parliament could not manage our finance. Over the decades, they were failed to do it. Now, when it's come to the elections, now I think most of you know are aware now Sri Lanka is facing the critical issue with these elections. Now the parliament has allocated certain amount of money, we call it Sri Lankan rupees 10 billion for elections. But the finance minister, is the president also, is not releasing the money. If the parliament do have a authority to control the finance, in theory, yes, they are the whole authority people, authorized people, but they were not able to release the money, whatever they approved in 2023 budget. But one person, the finance minister, is blocking that money. The Parliament can't do anything. Now, the court has given the directions to release or not to block that finance. But now the parliamentarians are talking about their privilege, but they were not in the positions to safeguard the franchise of the people. So that is why I'm saying these politicians in generally, I'm not saying each and every politician, the politicians in generally, they are not representing us. They are representing their own colleagues. They are representing their own party. They are representing their leaders. Sometimes maybe the business community, but they are not really representing people of the country. So that is really sad part. Whatever we do, whatever we said and done, still the situation is remain as it is. So that is sad part here.
Rohana, sorry, you only have 2 more minutes left.
Sri Lanka?
Sorry, Rohana, you only have 2 more minutes left. If we can go a bit faster.
Hello?
Hello, Rohana, you only have 2 more minutes left to wrap up your presentation, please.
Can I continue?
Yes, please continue, but you only have 2 more minutes left.
The monthly.lk, this is the Verite research. It's a part of their arm, monthly.lk. They are doing parliamentary watch. But basically, we are observing attendance of the parliamentarians. And we are doing ranking. That is very technically we are doing that. The ranking of the parliamentarians based on their presentations in the parliament. And also the time allocation for different subjects. So those are the very, I mean, there are few other areas, but these are the main areas where this monthly.lk is observing or monitoring in the parliament. I will go beyond that. This is the how we engage with the parliament. In Sri Lanka, we established this MP Collective for Clean Politics. It's beyond my organization, Patrol. Actually, Patrol initiated this network because we have realized that elections observation is not enough. We wanted to change the quality of the representative. So we started these discussions almost 5-6 years. And finally, we wrote up some nomination criteria for politicians. So it was signed in 2015, March, the March 12th. Actually, that's why we call it March 12th movement. But from that group, we managed to engage with the parliament, and we managed to identify and pick some parliamentarians, those who are willing to be a clean politics. So there are about 34 parliamentarians who are already there. You can see the president of the country at that time, and you can see the second picture. There were about 15 parliamentarians. You can see the picture, but there are almost 34 members who has pledged to be a clean conduct. There are about 5 criteria. I'm not going to elaborate that because it takes time. This is how we engage with the parliament. And this is the party leaders who endorsed the March 12 criteria, which was the nomination criteria. All the party leaders, all the parliamentarians, those who are representing the parliament, they were there to endorse this. And this is the other area where we initiate, or we wanted to support the parliamentarians to, whenever they talk at the parliament, to get a research expertise support. We were managed to sign the MOU with this MP Collective for Clean Politics with the University of Vijayawardhanapura. I think we have signed it in 2017 or 2018. But some parliamentarians, of course, they utilize this opportunity, but most of them, they were not. But the academic people, the university people, they were ready to support even now. They are. Some of them, of course, they are using this platform. And this is and also we brought expert into the parliament, because the parliamentarians sometimes their talk is irrelevant to the subject. And their subject knowledge also very poor in certain areas. So time to time we brought some international, some expert into the parliament, some academic into the parliament, and we educate them inside the parliament. You can see some of these pictures. And this is the other area we were managed to establish this open parliament focus in 2019. Actually, we play PAPL played a bigger role. We are now in a position to expanding our CSOs across the country, we have developed our plan with the CSOs input. Hopefully, we will be in progress in coming years with this open parliament concept. We are begun, but with the COVID and other things in Sri Lankan country situations. We couldn't do it in full scale, but we have already started that. The collective reforms, we work together with the parliament, especially the constitutional reform we have started, and also electoral reforms we have already started, and there were parliamentary select committee, we all engaged with that, and the parliament also, they regularly engage with us, and they respect our views in the past. And also the regular dialogue on burning issues also. This is the electoral reform. We were in the parliament and give our presentations to the parliament. This is the educational program for the school children, and we have a student parliament, we have a youth parliament, we all engage with that. And we have a women's education program. So we brought women's local councillors into the parliament and get exposed, sit inside the parliament. We are doing this engagement with the parliament time to time. And also this is other competitions we had with the parliament, education ministry and PAPL, the Marshall together. So we had a good rapport with the parliament. And we are very closely working with the parliamentary secretariat and also the parliamentarians, even though we are not happy some of their behaviors and their bad proceedings. This is a common platform. Number of occasions we wrote all these parliamentarians, all these party leaders for a burning issue. So this is the recent one. Which we invite all the political party leaders who are representing parliament to come for a common platform to pressurize the government. All the opposition parties were together. We managed to bring them to pressurize the parliament or government to call for local elections and support the local elections because they blocked the money in that. And time to time we are challenging their actions also, challenging and demanding both ways. Legal challenges, I think we have, even now we have challenged some of their reforms, and we have been challenging their reforms if it is not good for the people. And also we are writing to them, speakers and those parties, and verbal challenges given the press, and also we are making our demands. So sometimes we challenge them, sometimes we collaborate them, and we demand them. So we use all these strategies to engage with Parliament. So I will stop here when it comes to the Q&A, if there is a time, so I can.
Thank you so much, Rohana. It's nice to see that, despite all the reforms, all the new initiatives that we are trying to introduce, you are still looking at the fundamental challenges with even MPs not being attending sessions, with MPs not even delivering on their budgeting functions. So it is great to see. Next, I think we'll go to Eri Haja first. This is a unique experience because Japan is one of the only 3 full democracies in Asia based on the Economic Intelligence Unit report. So we will see some experiences and also right? Stories from Ijihara, who works with the Manenyato Opposition Parliament Organization in Japan. And we'll see how, even in a full democracy, parliamentary monitoring is still an essential element to making sure that democracy works. AG, can we have AG's slides up, please? All right, great. AG, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ejihara, director of a non-profit organization engaged in parliamentary monitoring in Japan. I'm so pleased to take part in this forum, as I didn't know that this kind of international community exists until we got an invitation from CCW last month. We have been engaged in this parliamentary monitoring activity for about 10 years. So today I'll talk about our experience in Japan. Actually, I'm not so sure if it fully suits the purpose of this panel, as elaborated first by Ravia, but I hope it will be of any help to this panel and the audience. Okay, so the slide, please. First, about us. The name of our organization is Perennial Opposition. In Japanese, Manenyato. The phrase usually has negative connotations, somewhat ridiculing a small and weak political party, which can never be a ruling party. But we chose this name intentionally because we wanted to express that we are always watching from outside of the parliament. Since 2013, we have evaluated the activities of members of parliaments and commended MPs with high scores as 3-star MPs. We have 5 directors, including myself. All directors have main occupation other than the organization. As for me, I'm running a think tank, and we are engaged in parliamentary monitoring activity as volunteer work. Next slide, please. The purpose why we are doing it. Basically, in Japan, democracy is relatively stable. The parliament is transparent. Anybody can read transcripts and watch video on the plenary and committee on the website. However, we think it still has room for improvement. The fundamental problem we recognize is that most voters do not know much about what MPs are doing at the parliament, while they know much about their constituency activities, such as coming to local festivals, attending funerals, weddings, etc. It means that MPs tend to have greater motivation for activities at local festivals or such kind of occasions rather than their activities in the parliament. Thus, we started evaluating and commending their parliamentary activities, as we believe it will bring more effective function of the parliament, which lead to better policy making. Next slide, please. We evaluate MPs in 2 ways. The first one is quantitative evaluation. We count the number of oral questions, legislative proposals, and written questions in each session. In Japan, there are generally 2 sessions in 1 year. In each category, top 5 to 10% of MPs are provided 1 star, and MPs with more than 3 stars are listed as 3-star MPs. And next slide, please. We also conduct qualitative evaluation. This is basically based on peer evaluation by MPs. We send questionnaires to all MPs asking, who do you think did the most excellent questions or other parliamentary activities during the session and count their answers. High evaluation by MPs belonging to other political parties is counted with more weight than that by MPs belonging to the same party. And we also started evaluation by general public experimentally last year. The next slide, please. As for commendation, we hold a commending ceremony after the end of each parliamentary session. Normally, about 20 or 30 MPs are commended at each session out of about 700 MPs in total. The president of our organization, one of the 5 directors, gives certificates to commended MPs. Actually, he is a legendary journalist and MC of famous TV shows in Japan, and everybody knows him. And thus, most MPs commended use a photo at their next election. Next slide, please. Next slide shows what we do not do. First, we do not evaluate MPs' opinion for or against specific political agenda, which agenda they are interested in, etc., because it depends on evaluators' opinion. In our qualitative evaluation, we just count MPs' answers. Second, we do not focus on legislative votes, because in Japan, party discipline is relatively strict, and it doesn't make much sense to examine them. Third, we avoid name and shame style, listing MPs with low scores, because we think the scope of our evaluation is limited and it cannot tell everything. For example, some MPs ask no question at all and sponsor no bill at all during a session. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't work at all during the session. In some cases, perhaps they just lack ability and cannot ask questions. But in other cases, they may be senior level and most respected MPs who play critical roles in important decision-making of the party instead of asking questions at committees. So it's difficult to tell only from collected data. So that's a reason we avoid listing MPs with low scores, but instead focus on listing MPs with high scores. The next slide, please. Finally, as for effects, what we achieved through the monitoring for 10 years. First, it has made many MPs recognize that the parliamentary activities are being watched. In particular, legislative bills sponsored by MPs have been gradually increasing, which we believe is due to our evaluation, to some extent at least. Since traditionally most bills were sponsored by the government and it was a problem of the Japanese political system. So it means a function of the parliament is enhancing. And second, the parliament has become more transparent. Basically, the Japanese parliament was already transparent 10 years ago when we started the monitoring. So the effect was not so drastic, but still the parliament added some more information on the website in accordance with our request. Perhaps in a country where the parliament is less transparent, the second effect might be more important, I think. So I think my time is up. I stop here and will answer any question in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AG. Very delightful presentation. Please give a round of applause for AG. We're a bit slightly behind on time, so I'll invite Lee Chung-lun from the Asia Network for Free and Fair Election to for free elections to present his presentation, especially looking at the whole region. Given that we have heard from some countries, how do you feel about, especially with some Asian countries having election in the next few months, in next year, how do you feel this will affect, the situation will affect election, and also how this will, what your organization does in terms of monitoring the parliament? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Chonglun. You can call me Chonglun. I'm from the Asian Network for Free Election, working as program officer. So I'm asked to talk about this topic, the parliamentary openness and the state of civic space freedoms in Asia, after my colleagues on the panel talk about the situation in each of the country. And I don't think 7 minutes is enough to cover all in Asia, so I'll try to summarize as much as possible. And I'll just give a very general overview on the situation in Asia and also how civic space freedoms and an open parliament is interconnected with each other. Yeah, the next slide, please. Sorry, can you go back to the, okay, so about ANFREL, my organization, the full name is the Asian Network for Free Election. It's a regional network of election monitoring organization in Asia, and our office is based in Bangkok, Thailand. So actually some of our panel speakers are also from our member organization, for example, like FAFEN, PAFREL, and also the co-organizer of this forum, CCW, is also one of our members. So they are the expert and in election monitoring in their respective countries. So we were formed in 1997, and currently we have 29 member organizations across 18 countries in Asia, and we have already observed more than 70 elections across the region. Yeah, next slide, please. So for this discussion, I will focus on just a few things. First is I will go to the second first. So the key trend of civic space freedoms in Asia, and then followed by the overview of the parliament transparency in Asia. And lastly, I will talk about how election monitoring and parliamentary monitoring can work together and complement each other. Well, this is because, like ANFREL, to be clear, we are not a parliament monitoring group, but we observe election. Anyway, both are interconnected and both share the same objective that we want to promote transparency, we want to promote accountability, and essentially democracy. Yeah, so I'll go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just to give you an overview of the parliamentary transparency in Asia. So actually, we saw some key trends after listening to our other panel speakers and also our observations. So there are some good or bad things. For example, like the increasing adoption of digital technology. We see that like many parliaments, they have already done so. For example, like they do live streaming of the parliament session on social media, on TV. And also, you can also find the parliament proceeding on their website, which is easily accessible in some countries. However, we also see some other challenges in parliamentary monitoring. For example, like the first is like the challenges related to political instability and also the rise of authoritarianism in many Asian countries, which makes parliament monitoring difficult. And in some instances, there are also limited access to information. For example, like, like the parliament proceedings are not readily available online, or it is very difficult to search. And third, the weak oversight mechanism. Yeah, this is because in some countries, like they don't have, for instance, like the parliament committee or some ombudsman to conduct oversights over their parliament. And number five is the influence of interest group, which is common even in democratic country, and sometimes it lacks regulation on this, very true regulation on how the interest groups are influencing how parliament works and how parliamentarians make decisions in the parliament. Yeah, then I'll go through the key trends of civic space freedoms in Asia. So I know in the past few years, we often hear the civic space is shrinking, we are facing democratic backsliding, but what exactly are these? I identify a few key trends that we should watch out. First is the use of draconian laws to stifle dissent. These are usually, it's very common in Southeast Asia and South Asian countries. Of course, in some East Asian countries as well, like China and Hong Kong. And there is a pattern, like the use of security-related laws, like the national security law in Hong Kong, and use of blasphemy law, like in Bangladesh, Pakistan, some fake news-related laws, like in Bangladesh, in Singapore, and there are also some instances of strategic lawsuit against public participation, for instance, in the Philippines, in Thailand as well. And secondly is the rise of digital repression and disinformation. What we saw in the last Philippine election in last year, we see how the manipulation of information are used to manipulate the electoral outcome. Well, with more and more elections coming up in Asia in this year and next year, so I think this is something that we should watch out for, because this is a trend that happened everywhere in the world. It's just that in Asia, we really lack a true regulation mechanism, and also the lack of independent media to counter this disinformation. And number 3, the militarization of politics. This is also another trend in Asia, what we saw in Myanmar, which is the direct intervention of military in the politics through a coup, and also in Thailand. But there are also some more subtle intervention of politics by military through behind the scene, for example, in countries like Pakistan, Cambodia, as well as Indonesia as well. Although Indonesia is no longer under military dictatorship, but under the current administration, some of the military personnel, they also hold high position in the government. And number 4 is which is something good, the rising activism and political participation among youth. At least we see some hope there. We saw there are more and more youth-led protests and movement in countries, for example, like in Sri Lanka, in Thailand. We also saw more and more young people take part in elections. For example, like in Nepal last year, and also Malaysia, and the upcoming election in Thailand as well, we see more and more young candidates taking part in the election. So yes, these are the key trends that we should watch out in 2023 and 2024, when more and more elections are coming up, like in Thailand, Pakistan, Cambodia, Bangladesh, Indonesia. Taiwan is going to have election next year as well. So after the election, the monitoring of parliament comes to work in the coming 4 or 5 years. So thanks.
Thanks a lot, Chung Lun. I think that.
Sorry. I think there's one last thing. Yeah. So
sure.
Just to share how election monitoring group organization like us and also parliament monitoring groups can complement each other. I know some they do both. For example, like CCW, they monitor both election and parliament. But some they just monitor exclusively election, and some just focus on parliament. And how we can work together and complement each other's work. First is to share the expertise and best practices with each other, and also coordinate some advocacy efforts, because basically monitoring work are pretty similar, and it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same process in the electoral cycle. We observe the election, and after the election is it's time to monitor how parliament works. And number 3 is to develop some common standards and indicators to observe, to monitor the election, and also to monitor the parliament. I know the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union, they have come up with an indicator of democratic election very soon, which they work together with NDI and also the BFD. Perhaps some of the parliamentary monitoring groups in Asia can make use of the indicator to monitor that in their country as well. And lastly is to build coalitions locally and internationally. I think this is important because, for example, like NFREL, we are a network of election monitoring groups across Asia. But so far, I think I haven't seen any network like this among parliament monitoring groups. But just now, our colleagues from Africa, they mentioned that they have one network like this called the Parliamentary Network Africa. So perhaps this is something that we can learn from. Yeah, so that's all my presentation. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Chung Lun. I think that sort of really sums up. Please, a round of applause for Chung Lun. it really sums up the state of parliamentary transparency right now in Asia and what some trends that we need to keep out, that we need to look out for in the next few months, especially as we welcome elections in a lot of Asian countries. We only have about 7 to 8 minutes left. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. We'll take 1 or 2. And please make sure to be brief and be direct, straightforward to the point. Any questions, any takers? We can take 1 or 2 questions. Please state your name and your institution or affiliation. Anyone? Nothing? All right, we have one from the back. Let's go with that. With the gentleman. Oh, I think that's Kyril. All right.
Hi, I'm Kyril from Senior Project Malaysia. So I like the last point. What we've seen from a lot of the panelists is that most of your organizations are doing monitoring, you're doing indicators, and you're rating performance. So if such an initiative was to be led, such that these indicators can be used as a comparison, as suggested by ANFREL, who do you think would be best to lead such an effort, or how to build a set of common indicators for the region?
Thanks, Kyril. John, do you want to respond to that immediately, or?
I don't think I'm a good person to respond to this, like who should lead the effort, because as I've mentioned earlier, there is such an effort going on by IPU, and they work together with several other organizations. They work on establishing such an indicator. I haven't gone through that. It's just, I think perhaps the parliament monitoring groups here can have a look and also think of some of the gaps that can be filled in. And then perhaps you can also develop another indicator to monitor certain areas of the parliament monitoring, the parliament monitoring that you want to work on. I think, I believe the parliamentary monitoring organization know best which area you focus on, because I think in different countries you have different focus areas.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chung Lun. Any other questions? We still have 3 minutes left. While we wait for any questions to come up, I think it's just interesting to point out as well, especially since Kyle asked about it, the danger of, as well, we need to be aware of the danger of developing any standards, any common standardization across different countries, especially in Asia, where the diversity of contexts is really sometimes, you have full democracies like South Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and then you have a lot of authoritarian states as well, right? Because we've seen a lot of situations where standardizations of this kind have generated unintended consequences, like we've seen with the even Financial Action Task Force, who introduced some recommendations and have recommendations that have been used to stifle civil society movements in countries like Mongolia, in Thailand. So I think that conversation is interesting, but we also have to be mindful of some of the possible potential consequences of doing so. I think since we don't have any more questions from the floor, perhaps I'll ask each of the speakers to just give us some closing remark to the audience, something that they can carry with them as they go home from this conference, what they need to prioritize in their respective works from your point of view, whether it's in your country or in the region or globally. And I'll start with Hanafi, and you'll have 30 seconds each.
Okay. I think Asia is the future of democracy, and part of the important for democracy is how parliament work and how public participate in the parliament work. And I think we can start to collaborate between countries in Asia to develop some activities or some standard or some agenda together to promote our democracy in Asia. I think that.
Thanks a lot, Hanafi. Very, very key point there. I'll go to Kiran next. Oh, sorry. Kiran, are you still with us? All right, I'll go to Rohana first then. Sorry, Kiran.
Important is that how we work on how we bridge the gap between the people and their constituents. Basically, we work on this, that we make the accessibility of the people to the parliamentary proceedings, how the transparent election, how the transparent the parliaments are, how the information is available, and whether it is accessible to our general public or not, whether they are informed, what decisions are taken in our parliament, whether they are according to the public interest, how many public related issues are discussed in the parliament, and how this help us to make our parliament more transparent, and how it help us to bridge basically the communication gaps between our elected representatives and our constituents. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Kiran. Rohana. Sorry, Rohana. Last remarks.
Even though the Sri Lankan situation is little different on elections at the moment, but I think every of our countries, we do have elections. Now, the main problem, the biggest problem for us, whether our representatives are really represent us. So we need to think a strategy, how we can make them responsible. How we can make them responsible and represent us in the future. And also I wish to comment on the last questions came from the audience, that I think ANFREL can facilitate, I think ANFREL need to think about it, facilitate this open parliament monitoring program. Of course, yes, there are many experts in this group, but even though ANFREL do have a little experience on that, but ANFREL can play a middle role as a facilitator or bring all these expertise into it and make a proper mechanism to or get the experience from each and every partners and make a good voice on this parliamentary watch. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohana. AG, any last thoughts, remarks?
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the discussion about common standard, I think what we have to notice, what works in one country may not work in another country, because the status of democracy and the problem is different. But of course, it doesn't mean information sharing is not important. On the contrary, through information sharing, we can figure out better solution to solve each country's problem. So I hope today's forum will be the first step, and we can build a stronger cooperation framework in Asia in the near future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ. And Changlin?
Well, I think it's
You'll
really
have the last words.
Yeah, I think it's really depressing when I prepare the presentation, because, look at the situation in Asia, and well, at least I'm still remain optimistic, because remain hopeful as well. More and more elections are coming up, and I think it's important for civil society groups and parliament monitoring groups to stay resilient, and also to work together, share information and best practices. I believe, we can see hope from there.
Thanks a lot, Changlin. A round of applause, please, for all of our speakers online and also in person here. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'll leave you with the next session. And before we close, we leave the stage, I think 3 words that really sum up the discussion on this panel is that we need to collaborate more, we need to incentivize the parliament more and demand more, and also we need to contextualize our works to make sure that the impact we make actually respond to the needs of the citizens. Thank you so much again, and we'll see you in another time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the panel. And I think before we close out, we would like to have a photo session with all the panelists. Also for the panelists online. Yeah, please put them back. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, yes, that sounds great. Please, the panelists, please look at your own cameras. And yeah, so go ahead. And I think for a bit housekeeping for the following session, the next session in half an hour is going to be the breakout room. And we are going to have 2 different sessions. In the main venue, we're going to have group 1, which is going to talk about the role of legislature from national and local levels in combating corruption. And regarding this, it will be provided interpretation. So either if you speak English or Chinese, you can stay here. 所以等一下下一场我们会有分组讨论。那在主会场的会是讨论这个 不同层级的议会在对抗贪腐可以扮演的角色。那在这一场，我们会有中英的口译，所以如果是需要使用中文的参与的朋友，可以直接留在这个会场。And for the group 2, we're going to be at the room C, right next to the reception. So please, if you are going to the group 2, you can ask for help from any of the staff. And the group 2 is going to talk about citizen participation in the legislative process through civic technology and open data. And the session is going to be proceed with English. So if you would like to attend to the second session, please go to the reception and ask for the guide to the breakout room. Thank you.